the anointed. You about to see what nemesis is like. Arch nemesis. Nemesis. Yeah, we're gonna go there. So, anyways, can you guys still hear me? I know you guys can hear me. I'm talking to the YouTube people. You guys are. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you? Hold on, let me check. Hold on. Okay, you can hear me. Okay. So, anyways, dear universe, source, creator, spirit guides, angels, ancestors, most importantly, Archangel Michael, bring down your fury and block. I command thee, therefore, to block and to eliminate, terminate, and regurgitate after you've already chewed and digested all these haters out here that are trying to block our message. So mote it be. I call upon the angels, the archangels, the elementals, the animals. I call upon the Galactic Federation of love, light, and all the other high vibrational frequency beings that are here for the best possible, highest timeline, and all of those that are here to raise the collective consciousness. So, mote it be anybody that is monitoring spirits, beings, entities, any handlers, haters, blockers, cockers, stalkers. May all the energy that you send to us be transmuted into abundance, which it has been. Thank you very much. I like to say thank you to all my haters, all my haters. You guys, you're getting me paid. It's amazing. So, I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. And to any of these people that are doing it, it transmutes back to us in the form of abundance, health, wealth, abundance, love, right? Because that's what chosen ones do. We transmute. We don't transmute the trash energy because it's not necessary. And anybody that sends out any magic that's trying to block our path or things, then they will have tenfold to 100-fold their path, their things blocked, especially when they need it the most. So mote it be. And we return to sender any of your hater or your black magic or your slaptastic bullshit right back at you and your whole family tree, your whole lineage. It's going to go back to everyone in your bloodline until you fix that shit. So mote it be. So, anyways, guys, what is this unfinished business? I would assume that it has something to do with all these fucking haters and all this shit. Um, Eradicate. What is it? Ear, ear, iterate? I don't, iterate? Is everything? Iterate? Iterate um, is to kind of like speak it out loud, right? No. We'll just go to eradicate. Will they incinerate upon our gaze? Seraphim ways. So mote it be. So, anyways, guys, what is this unfinished business? Uh, we say grand rising, not good morning. I know you're new here, Steve. Hello, sweet pea. I love this. Hello from Indonesia, my neighbor. What island are you in Indonesia? What island? Um, I don't know who you are, but you got to go away because I don't deal with disrespectful people in my, I'm a high priestess. So, um, you had a teacher that made you write definitions in third grade. You know what? I was actually doing yesterday just to touch base on this because I think it actually is very important. It's something that we've kind of stepped away from. I journal a lot, I write a lot, I channel a lot. And something I was actually brought back to this when I was like being punished because I like messed up a word in a spelling test or something like this. And they made me write it like 100 fucking, they made me rewrite the words 100 times on the page. And I remember thinking as a child, like, this is so punitive, right? But actually, I'll never forget how to spell those words because I wrote them 100 fucking times, right? So there is something about the actual physical writing. Somebody could be receiving a letter. Maybe there's some type of writing you guys need to do. Maybe there's some type of journaling or something. You may have started out, maybe some of you guys were writing like a script or a book or a play. Maybe you're working on a song or lyrics or a poem. Maybe you're drafting a design. I'm not exactly sure, but um, I'm seeing because earlier I was also picking up um, on people doing patterning and stuff like this, right? I'm a pattern maker. I'm a designer and pattern maker. So I was picking up on a little bit of that. And and yeah, so there may be something that you guys need to put physically onto paper, okay? And there's something about writing it. So when you want to create like, for instance, like a spell, right? And we don't do bad spells, we don't do black magic, we don't do any of that stuff here. But a spell, words are spells, that's why it's called spelling. So a spell can be something beautiful, right? Like we're calling on, look at that 1111, like we're calling on um protection. We're calling like I made a spell right now before calling upon the angels, the archangels, Archangel Michael, and a bunch of people, right? So our words are our spells. So as we speak, it becomes, right? We're casting it. And as we choose um, to kind of cast things, this can be like a sword, right? It can be very powerful what we say, even how we speak to ourselves or to other people about ourselves. But there is something very specific about writing, about physically writing something. Maybe somebody is writing an apology letter. Maybe somebody is writing like um, someone's writing their what is that? When not a proposal, vows. Okay. Someone could be preparing their vows. Okay. You guys may be writing your vows, or this is something you're thinking about. Should we write our own vows or something like this? I think that's a yes for whoever that's about. But there is something very specific about writing. And the thing is what it does with the brain is it registers differently, right? Like differently than when you're reading things. Also, when things are on a screen, right? Because everything that's digital is kind of connected to this darker underbelly, right? Like draconian, reptilian type shit, right? So, writing, physically writing, or speaking to somebody, not through a text message or a fucking email, but actually writing a letter or actually sitting down with somebody to have a direct conversation. There is something very pertinent about that. For some of you guys, you may be receiving a letter or a note or something like this. Um, or for some, so it's like somebody's wondering if you received a letter. Okay. I'll take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Not everything I channel is for every, oh, sorry. Not everything I channel is for everyone here, right? This is a collective. If you guys want to schedule a personal or private reading with me, the information is in the information box below. You got to email me to do that. But yeah, there is something very big about that. Um, English? What are you doing? Indonesia? What are you? I don't understand. I was asking where in Indonesia you were, sir. Isn't it amazing because it teaches us actions caused me to have the highest vocabulary test? Yeah, awesome. That's fucking awesome, right? So like, yeah. So it taught me what it taught me was that, right? Also, that when we're processing things in our brain. So what I realized is because my brain is like working like Einstein, like backwards to forwards, right? It's not that I'm like mentally handicapped, because that's a for sure no. But the way that our brains process is different. And what it taught me is that the act of writing and thinking or hearing or speaking, even when I read, if I read and I'm reading, like actually, um, like I like to listen to an auditory, like an auditorial book or whatever, right? While I'm actually reading the words. So the words are, so they're like, so there's auditory and visual because there's different ways that everybody learns, right? Some people are visual, some people are auditorial, some people are more kinesthetic, some people do things, you know. So kinesthetic is more like hands-on, the act of doing it. And then there's also like people that learn things by the act of like watching. So, and this is kind of like an amazing universal hack, right? And it's not just that you can watch somebody do something forever and then just become good at it, but in the process, the way that our brain is, we can actually trick our brains, right? Like I can tell you, I've learned how to do so many things by like um, trial and error, right? By doing it and then watch people doing it or be like, this is where I got stuck. And then go to somebody who's like pro at it or like watch somebody that's pro at it and be like, how are they doing that? Like, what do they do when they come to this point? And that this is kind of like the trial and error scenario, right? And but there is a very interesting thing that your brain can actually do, which is and I think this is why they started to do like VR and all of this stuff, right? Because if you simulate, like if you can believe, right, that your brain, like that you're experiencing this falling on a roller coaster or some other stuff like this, your feedback is coming the same because your brain is having the same response because you're seeing it and you're feeling it. So you can do the same thing also by kind of picking up or learning things, kind of like plugging in, you know, like when Neo plugs into the Matrix and is like, let me learn fucking all the kung fu, right? And it's like, oh, give me more, you know? But it can kind of be like that, right? Like there is the availability to where we're watching and we're imagining, right? Because your brain kind of doesn't know whether you're watching something like a simulation or whether you're actually physically doing it. So there is a little bit of trip up along the way. So I guess I don't know why they're telling me to do. Okay, I do understand why they want me to tell you guys this. Basically, like the download, what I'm getting is like the visualization of either something being complete or something coming in for you, whatever that is. So, like, for instance, if you're imagining, like, if you're like, oh, yeah, like, for instance, I'm ready to move, right? So, you start to see, like, you start to imagine, like, oh, yeah, what does it look like? Or if you saw, like, the new place that you're going to live, you're like, oh, it's going to be like this, and the view is going to be nice, and it's super quiet, and like, what does it feel like? What does it look like? Where are the plants? Is there a pond? Is there koi fish? Is there lotus? You know, and you start to kind of like visualize, and as you visualize you start to feel more into it. So as we're coming to this completion, we have this blue moon right in Sagittarius, and as we're coming to this completion, this is the culmination. If you guys have been here for a minute, then I want you to look back at what you wrote down from the last full moon or the new moon about what you're actually bringing in. And have you gone back and like read it every day? Are you really feeling into that becoming your actuality, right? Are you actually feeling into it? Are you ready to be able to receive it? Are you just like, oh, I really always wanted to go to this place, but excuse me, but it would never. Oh, they don't want me to say it. But you act like it's like unattainable, right? They're literally blocking me from saying it because they don't want me to say it. Um, for some of you guys, there can be somebody that wants to say something, but they don't know how to say it. They can also maybe be scared, or maybe maybe in this offering of love or this offering, the physical offering, maybe it's like emotional. They could be writing a letter down. Okay. So what I want is someone is if someone is returning to you, okay, if someone is coming back, right? If someone wants to sit down and talk about unfinished business or something that happened, or figure out how to get the next business moving or the next relationship or the next whatever it is that you're doing, um, understand that they might have a really difficult time actually like speaking in front of you. You could potentially be, um, well, maybe they don't. I mean, maybe they have a hard time speaking to people, number one. Maybe they have, maybe you make them nervous. You're making me nervous. You're making me nervous. That's kind of like what I'm hearing, right? They're like, you're making me nervous. So for some of you guys, if this person is feeling like they have so much to say to you, but like whenever they get near you, it's like they can't get it together. Like they don't know how to say it, or they can't express. For instance, hamna hamna hamna. Oh my God, hold on. Sorry, I'm reading what you guys are writing while it's coming back online. Um, so for instance, right, these fucking haters that are all around, right? They're like, we just want to make you angry. We just want to ruin your life. We just want to cause you misery. But like really all it did was actually like fast forward, like push into something more amazing. And so it's like, we're going to make you miserable and we're going to do all these things. And then all it actually did is like by maintaining, right? By maintaining your cool or your peace, what it did is it actually like sped up the divine orchestration, right? The divine timing of it all. And so now it's like, a whole new world. So it's like now you're gonna get you're gonna get the new bike, you're gonna get the new house, you're gonna get the new car, you're gonna get the new boo, you're gonna get the new nails, you're gonna get that one too. Oh, you want that one too? Oh, I like that one and that one. I don't know which one I want to pick. Okay, baby, you get them both. Like you can have everything, anything you want, you get it now because these people are trying to create a deficit. So like the spells that I cast at the beginning every time, which is everything that they try to take or are actively able to kind of take or interfere with, it comes back to us tenfold, right? In health, wealth, abundance, and love. And it gets taken away from them and tenfold. So we're not taking what is theirs. They already put that up. But the thing is it's going to come out of their ass and it's going to come to us from a different source. Does that make sense? So it's not always like, so let's say for instance, um, you gave something to somebody, right? And you're just like, oh, well, I did this. And I really, 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 like, I really wish that that person would like return this thing. It's really important to me. Well, that person didn't return that thing that was important to you. But the thing is like now somebody else enters and they're going to take you to the thing where that and they're going to take you to the designer who designed those things and they're going to design you something custom that's like brand new. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like these people really are just trying to attack, right? And um they want to create some type of distress. They want to create some type of heartache and it's just not happening because collective is deflective. We're like bing 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 pew pew pew. You know what I'm saying? No, you can't go up here. I have the cards here now. And so you guys are just like we're just deflecting it away. And I think a lot of it is our archangels, like our higher level protection called the law of cause and effect. Um I didn't check the email, so I don't know if you guys um sent everything over. Anyways, so somebody sent a letter. Somebody couldn't say what they wanted because they didn't want to be heartbroken or they didn't want to be let down. Or somebody wrote a letter and had somebody else bring it, and that person said that collective shot them down. Okay, and it was like it broke their heart. It really broke their heart. Um, yeah, it got them. This is somebody that's normally like doesn't show a lot of emotion, maybe isn't doesn't let a lot of things get to them emotionally. And this person had a full melt. They had a full breakdown. Yeah, they're just like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. Now whoever this is, there was interference. Okay, somebody said or acted or did something. They decided somebody came and interfered. Okay, and they made this judgment call thinking that this was the best thing. Okay. This is somebody that you're close to, or whoever maybe you gave the letter to, or the invitation. Somebody gave a letter or an invitation or something, maybe a proposal, a vow, something like this. And they gave it to somebody. And this person did not give it to who it was, it did not get to where it was supposed to go. And this was this person, this could have been a King of Swords, doesn't have to be, it could be an air sign. Okay. This person made sure that the message or the letter or the invitation or the whatever it is, mail, whatever it is, got blocked. It didn't go there because this person was trying to block this person. They wanted to hurt this person's feelings. And successfully worked. Okay. It successfully worked. The problem is this person, yeah, it had them all fucked up. They've been having nightmares. Okay. They've been having nightmares. Now they lost their home. Okay. Now someone's homeless. Someone's out in the street. They lost their home. They're having nightmares. They're being haunted by spirits, maybe your ancestors, something like this. And all they can think of is all the shit that they lied about. Somebody, whoever this King of Swords was, again, yeah, they lied. Okay. It could have been with a mother. This is somebody that could have been working. Okay. The swords is Aquarius, Gemini, Libra energy. Okay. Doesn't have to be masculine. It can be a feminine. Doesn't matter. It's the energy. This is someone that made the ultimate decision to do this, to go against whatever this was. They decided, they took the liberty of making the decision. Okay. This is somebody that was trying to go against an empress, but this is also somebody that was potentially working with somebody's mother or somebody that has children, something like this. Okay. And now they are having nightmares. They're being haunted. They're being stalked by spirits. They can't stop thinking. They're losing their home. They could be homeless. They could have had everybody else abandon them. And all these lies, all this truth is coming out. All this truth is coming out. That they lied. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. So this person that sent this letter, that wrote this letter or this proposal or this vow or this invitation, whatever it was, that just received heartbreak back, right? Received this deathly heartbreak back. What this person was sending out was actually for collective, was for the Empress energy. It was for potentially a party, an event, even a new home or a living place, maybe even a vacation. And um, whoever this was, whoever this King of Swords energy was, said that the Empress said fucking no, but the Empress didn't make a decision. There was never a decision made because she was never given the decision. Now, for some of you guys, this is some type of mother or friend that is a mother. Okay, it can be a daughter, it can be a friend. The age doesn't matter. This is somebody in this energy, and what they did is they have been in masculine's ears saying they don't want to be with you. They're putting a lot of doubt. They're putting a lot of doubt. Okay. They didn't make the decision. You've been working all this time. You've been waiting forever to be with them or to do this. And they don't want to make a decision. They don't want to commit to you. Or they did. They already made their decision and it was a no. And they're saying that just let it go. Just let it go. Just walk away from it. But the reality is the decision wasn't made. The judgment call wasn't made. It was never made. Empress is still over there waiting to receive something that she never received, that she knows is hers, that she knows belongs to her. And she's going to sit there trusting in the Most High, saying, I'm divinely directed and orchestrated. Now, whoever this is, again, this can be a mother figure or someone you consider a mother figure, someone that is familiar, female, older female. This can be for masculine. This is not a mother figure. This is a friend that has a child, okay, that you may be very close with. Okay, they are a mother, not your mother, but they are a mother. Okay, and they're putting bullshit in your ear. Okay, this person has been the bane of your existence. They have blocked your connection from this person for like a decade plus, could be for some of you guys, could be 10 months, could be 10 years. Okay. I'm picking up on 13. So 13 months, okay? Can be 13 months, can be 13 weeks, can be 13 years. I'm not exactly sure. But this person, okay, they can be an earth sign, doesn't have to be, but very strong earth sign energy, okay? Which is Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo, okay? This person lied. They lied. They're the ones that created this lie. They created a big lie, a big deception. They've been doing it for quite some time, over 5 years, over 5 months, or over 5 years, over, no, 5 to 9 years or months, minimally five. For the past five, this has been devastating this masculine, maybe even nine. It's been a lot. And they're stuck here like they can't believe that the feminine or whatever wouldn't make a decision, didn't want to be with them after all this fucking time. They're having a hard time with that. Well, the reason why you're having a hard time is because you're having people around you that have lied and deceived you. Okay. These people also were not just responsible for breaking divine masculine's heart, but for also trying to unalive divine feminine. For some of them, they could have actually told, okay, I'm picking up on a couple things. They could have actually told masculine, the divine feminine, off herself, that she wanted to take her life, or that she did take her life. This whoever this is, this mother figure, and they told him, move on, move on, move on, get over it, and he couldn't. He didn't want to, or maybe he did want to, but he just couldn't. He's tried to. Okay, I'm picking up on that. He's really tried and tried and tried, but it's not. And he feels something else. It's like he feels this, right? He feels it. He's like, no, I cannot abandon it. There's some other type of secret. There's something here. There's something hidden here that I'm missing, or that we're not privy to, that we're not allowed to be, information that's being blocked, right? That's not allowing for the decision or the proper judgment to actually be made. So what is that? The Eight of Pentacles. Some type of physical work or action, something like this. Someone's been creating something. Maybe stability, maybe the ability to give. This could be someone has been working to gain stronger financial. This could also be that, for instance, maybe masculine and feminine just said, okay, whatever, I'm going to go and work on myself and work on my finances and figure out how to balance those out. For others, it is this person that once was the novice or once was the apprentice now has become the master. And at this point, due to whatever they did for work, they have the ability to give back a lot. And now they're trying to figure out how to do that. They want to take, okay, so this could be part of the unfinished business. They want to come back. They want to take care of you. They may want to do something to work together with you to some extent. But you have an offering, okay? And this offering can be to go somewhere. Picking up on this for quite some time, okay, guys? You guys can be moving. Somebody is moving, is taking you somewhere. Maybe you're going to move and going to go on a vacation, or maybe you're going to pack all your stuff up and go on a vacation, or maybe you're going to receive of some type of job. Okay, you guys could be receiving some type of job, or this can be what's happening now in lieu of all of this stuff happening, right? Like sometimes things don't work out because there's something else that is meant to work out, right? Because you're meant to take action or move towards something else. And if you would have had someone else maybe interfere in the middle, maybe you wouldn't take that action. Maybe you wouldn't be doing that, right? Um, it's like the King of Wands in reverse. Okay, yeah, this is somebody for some of you guys. This can be somebody um, that didn't want to. Maybe they have maybe they want to be in the bedroom, but they don't have any actual emotional intelligence or availability to build passion with you. You know, it's only coming from sexual pleasures, from low frequency pleasures. And or maybe this is just something that they're also healing, that they've been working on to heal away from, to be able to share that with you. Also, you could be moving, for some of you guys, you could be moving away from this demonic masculine energy. Okay, I'm picking up Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, strong Aries and Sagittarius. Um, you know, you could be moving away from this type of energy and towards something more calm, right? That's what this is about. Towards something more calm. Because the King of Wands is upside down on the King of Cups here. Yeah, justice. Okay. So this person could actually be, okay, so what I'm actually picking up on is where before, so both people here, both masculine and feminine here, have had a lot of bullshit relationships. Let's just say this, right? They've had a lot of people like they gave more passion, more love, more attention, more support than the other person ever gave or was willing to give. And it's been these people that are just, they're takers, right? They've been taking the love, they've been taking the money, they've been taking the energy, they've been taking the life force. For some of you guys, these could be thieves or these romantic scammers, whatever, romance scam or something like this. And due to all of this traumatic shit, it's like maybe feminine and masculine is like both separately, but individually, but also separately is like, I don't really know, you know, like you guys are a little bit skeptical, right? Of course, who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? So yeah, you guys are just a bit skeptical of like what's actually happening here. And the reason why is because maybe you just had to move, maybe you just had to do the work to be able to receive, right? You had to visualize, you had to let go of all of this past pain and stay in the state of visualization. Like we're abundant, health, wealth, abundance, and love. We are always receiving everything what we need. Even if it's not what we think we need at the moment that we need it, we're always receiving it because you've done the work. Okay. Now, this new person that comes in, you're not just going to have to be working. It's like you guys are going to be receiving. You guys may be traveling somewhere together, like even like as a family unit. Could be somewhere by water, by sea, by boat. Could be across a large ocean. Could be next to some type of body of water. But it also could just be like moving to calmer shores, right? Or maybe after there is, maybe you guys get offered some type of job that takes you traveling around. This is a very, yeah, um, justice. So for some of you guys, there is a bit of unfinished business. Okay. Somebody wants to come in and propose. Somebody wants to wife you or husband you. Okay. In divine union, the wife isn't proposing. It's the husband. It's the masculine energy. Okay. You know, somebody talked about this last night. Do we think that there would be more unity? And we just kept getting cut off. More unity if people accepted more gender fluidity. And the reality is in order for this planet to really step into the fourth density, fifth density, and start raising above the frequency, the divine order of the polarity of the duality universe is based on masculine and feminine unification. And yes, within ourselves, masculine and feminine, but actually physically, because one is the creator and one is the protector, period. Period. And as much as feminine, yeah, as much as like I can be the emperor, as much as I can embody that safety and protection. Like for me, I've yet to ever see a man that's provided, kept me that has provided me a home, safety, support, and love without some type of fucking psychotic bullshit. Like it just I've never experienced that. Not even from my own family or fathers. My grandfather that I was telling you guys about last night. That's why I talk about my grandfather all the time because he's the closest thing that I had to a father. I spent more time with him as my father, my actual father, like never really much time. And my mother's husband, my stepfather, like yeah, he was around, but he was always fighting, always like very abusive, always trying to fight with me. Like he's a fucking like teenage little fucking girl fighting with a fucking child, and then a teenager, and then an adult. and you're just like a 250, 300-pound man, like attacking a child. Like, it's weird. It's fucking weird. But right, this is just karmic. This is just karmic relationships. And like, you guys have healed from that. Okay. We've healed from that. We're moving on from that. And so some of it may have just taken a lot of time. And so now justice is coming into play. For some of you guys, this is unfinished business that does go far back. Okay. This could have been somebody that you worked for quite a long time ago that didn't actually pay you what you should have gotten. This can be work that you guys did that you didn't get paid what you should have gotten paid. This can be okay. This can be like a contract, a paper, a will, an inheritance, an insurance payout. This can be a lot of things, right? Justice that you didn't receive. Someone else received on your behalf. Maybe because they said you were already dead, or that you were incapable, you were too emotional. Maybe they said you were in some type of facility, or that you already passed or something like this. Let's figure it out. But justice is coming into play, and this unfinished business is about the truth coming out. Okay. And you guys are about to receive your inheritance. You're about to receive stability. Okay. This can be, again, a female figure, a mother figure. Okay. This is very motherly, physical mother. Okay. So this is an older feminine. They can be holding on to some money or some property or something that belongs to you. Okay, this is earth sign, doesn't have to be an earth sign, but this is very strong earth sign. Capricorn, Taurus, uh, Virgo. Like, why can't I think of it right now? But this person, the truth is coming out. There is going to be justice, and the truth is coming out based on something, um, based on your security and your happiness. They have been keeping you, this person has been keeping you in this state of distraught, of chaos, of whatever, for an extended amount of time because they didn't want to give up this money. And you knew that, collective. You knew that. What they didn't realize, now they couldn't be working with a King of Pentacles. So this can be a father, older masculine figure that's also an earth sign. Okay. Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo. Doesn't have to be. This could also be somebody that left you something, left you the inheritance, left you a house, left you the stability, left you some type of something. Okay. Because this is stability. This is legacy. This is home, property. Look at that. Okay, it's not full legacy like for generational wealth legacy like this. But if this comes before this, what does that tell you? I'll tell you what it tells me is there was a lot that was left to you. So you would never have to worry about being unstable, about not having a safe home. Okay, this is having something to do with the home. Okay, this can also be some type of castle. I'm really picking up on some type of castle. Something like this. Yeah, they thought that they outsmarted you, but they didn't realize that they were dealing with the high priestess. And whether you're masculine or feminine, you are super tapped in. Okay, you're super tapped in, and you knew this, and you told everybody it was coming, and they thought that they could pull one over, a sneaky sneak, and they didn't. They thought that they were winning. They thought they got away with it, but they sure as fuck did not. 100%. And for many of you guys, they're still over here trying to fight. Somebody wants to fight for something. But they're not going away. For some of you guys, they can be coming to finish this, to end a scenario. They can be coming to maybe a different place around the world. Maybe they're upset because you called this out and they're like, it's over, right? A lot of people are really pissed. I've been picking on this. A lot of people are really pissed because they thought that they could try you, collective. They thought that they could try you, whether you're masculine or feminine, it doesn't matter. They thought that they could, they thought that they could they fucked around and found out. They thought that they could play games. They thought that they could get you all fucking wound up. They thought that if they broke your heart or did all this stuff, that they would win and that you would come back crying or begging or whatever this is. And guess what? You came back, but not to them. And now they realize your comeback is like this super tapped in just to the Most High, right? Divine. this divine essence, and where you went from being super, because right now we have the North Node in Pisces, right? So the North Node is the point of everything, right? This is what we're doing right now with the North Node in Pisces. This is about spirituality. So some of you guys are really unlocking these fucking spiritual gifts right now, right? Super unlocking them. So light workers, star seeds, indigos, crystalline, rainbow, whatever, right? Like you guys were here to do something, and you guys are like, you know what? Nah, I ain't like, not today, Satan, not today. And you shut that all down. You said, no, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if it's about stability, if it's about money, if it's about this, if it's about that. Like you're done. You're done. 0% are we going to deal with that. And you're done. The world ending. New guardians. You're like, no, you guys weren't good guardians. And for many of you guys, people that maybe you may see people that are trying to come back that started shit with you before, like a long time ago, and they're gonna come back. They're gonna be fucking coming back around. I just see this little I see this meme, I just see this meme, and it's like, don't be coming around here with all your fucking bullshit or whatever. And it's like this little pigeon or this little kid or whatever. And they're just like, yeah, they're like coming around dancing or whatever. Like that's what they're showing me. Some people are going to come back. Do not be fooled. Okay. Really sit and think or pray or pull cards or do something, because these people said or did things. They had some type of words or actions, and they're trying to figure out what you know. They're trying to figure out if you know that they did that, if they were involved in it or not. Many people are going to come back trying to be like, oh, well, don't you remember we were fucking homies, or we're fam, or we're whatever. And you're like, I remember that you stole my shit. I remember that you didn't want to help me. I remember when I gave you a beautiful piece of my art that was worth hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars, that you didn't take that picture. You didn't give me credit, but you sure as fuck wore it and acted like whatever, or you took it and you reproduced it and acted like it was your shit. And don't forget what they did. Do not forget what they did. This is very strong, because there is going to be people that are going to come back like, we're friends. And you're like, nah, bitch, you don't know who I am. That version is fucking dead to you. And if you don't get the fuck out of my face, you're going to be dead to me. Like that's where you guys are at, because you guys are really protecting your abundance. Your wealth is like your physical security, right? And you're about to be receiving that. You've been waiting. This has been a long time coming. A long time coming. And a lot of people, see, the thing is there have been a lot of people that are watching you, that are mocking you, that are doing smear campaigns, that are stalking, that are whatever this bullshit is, right? And there's a lot of people that they don't want to see you win. They're like voting for your fucking downfall. Why? Because they're jealous, because they're fucking stuck in jobs or relationships or countries or houses or payments or positions that they don't fucking like. Some people are watching you like secretly hoping, right? You got a lot of secret admirers, secretly hoping that you get everything. And there's other people that are like, how could you get that? You don't deserve that. It didn't matter how much actions, how much secret bullshit, how much they could take away from you. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Time after time, you guys were like, whatever, I'm the steadfast knight. I'm just going to keep moving along. Move along, little doggy, because I know I'm going to get my fucking happy ending, because I be the high priestess. And I don't have to share any of that shit with no fucking third parties or no fucking haters. Ain't gonna happen. Not today, Satan. And you guys know this, and you feel it. And that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to take this away, because people are so fucking jealous. It's like, for many of you guys, there can be lots of third parties. It can even be people that are trying to work with you, or people that you worked with before that are really fucking hating. They're hating. They're hating. They don't want you to have this celebration. They don't want you to get this job. They could have pretended to be you, to trying to make it look like you're all fucking strung out, or a fucking hooker or some weird shit, right? That you over party and that you don't know how to work. They try to make, they slandered the fuck out of you. They went hard, collective. They went hard. But you guys don't care, because you're working for the Most High. Like, you don't give a fuck. And people are starting to see that. But the thing is somebody, you know, stepped in, like a party or a work situation or something like this, where they tried to be you and they didn't get the, like, access denied. Bluetooth, no connect. And these people are literally out here attempting to sabotage this reunion, this celebration, this job, whatever. They've been actively on that shit. But the thing is your spirit team is like, bitch, what? On your knees. Start to fucking grovel. Start to fucking beg. Because they didn't realize where they thought that you just were like, oh, you just somebody that, oh, you think you know stuff. No, you don't know stuff. You're fucking crazy. You need to be on medication. Maybe some people are saying you're fucking bipolar or schizophrenic or fucking weird shit, right? There's all kinds of people saying that shit about me. And I'm like, bro, I have fucking some of the highest level neurological brain scans to prove that I'm not any of those things just to see what the fuck was wrong in my head. That's a neurological condition from having the shit beat out of me repeatedly. From repeated head trauma between the ages of 6 and 12, I have a cerebral cavernous malformation. And you know what also is really awesome that the neurologist told me? Not only that he could see that it happened between the ages of 6 and 12, consistent repeated head trauma or some really intense, either a couple really intense fucking falls or some crazy shit that happened. But yeah, they could see that it was kind of like repeated because it's a malformation. So it was malforming during over a period of time. What he told me is the area in which it is located is actually highly indicative of some of the most well-known like spiritual people or psychics, like people that really like can channel from the divine. So go figure. These people are trying to beat your ass. At least they're trying to fucking beat my ass, right? Hurt my head and try to do all this weird spell work and all this shit to try to prevent me from having access to my intuition when actually all they did was fucking heighten it. It's in the it's in the right spot. How about that? Now who's the emperor, bitch? Bow down. You guys are about to be um so these people are trying to block you because they didn't want you to come in and be their boss. You're about to be all these people's fucking boss. You're about to really boss up in this emperor state. Tell us more about this emperor. This King of Cups. Now, this King of Cups could also be showing up as the Emperor. Um, you have the Queen of Cups on the bottom. Or together, you guys, together, this union, this unfinished business, you guys are about to rule some shit. Okay? Strong water sign energy. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio doesn't have to be. Also Aries energy, but you guys are about to create something new. Yeah, and this fucking Jezebel ass bitch. Look at that. This Jezebel, this hateful ex, this Jezebel, this demonic spirit, this whore, this hooker, this prostitute, this scandalous ass bitch, whatever she is. She's bad. She's using all feminine power to keep her legs spread. Look at that. You see her leg? You see her knees spread there? Um, she's using it for the power of evil. Now, she could have been doing some spell work that was keeping people, keeping them under control, but that's not happening anymore. You guys are coming into union. Like, yeah, this is a long time coming. This is someone that is returning now. It can be someone that you've already met from past, or this can also be literally like unfinished, like galactic unfinished business. Like you guys get this thing because this is your reward because you did the work, because you broke the family curses, or because of this, or because of that. And you get the ultimate commitment. And the people are going to get um yeah, they're going to get some type of rule. Now, you guys could be also offered to, you guys could be starting um, some type of, I don't want to say religion because it's not religion, but some type of like church or sanctuary or something like this. I'm really picking up on this. This is something that you guys may be doing, or you guys may be doing, or maybe creating some type of mystery school, some type of higher level of study, right? Because the Hierophant is not, this isn't just commitment, right? This is like, this is commitment to the higher, right? So you guys could be maybe doing some type of training or group facilitating. Maybe you're creating some type of I just keep picking up on like sanctuary or church or something. You guys are going to be tapping, maybe it's like a mystery school or something, right? You guys are going to be tapping people in to their higher spiritual abilities, their higher spiritual powers. Okay. And that's why this bitch is trying to block you, because you guys, when you guys come together, you unlock something and you build an entire new empire. And this is why I was telling whoever was writing this last night, um, listen, gender fluidity is fine, right? I don't care. Wear what makes you feel good. If that's fucking clown makeup, like we used to do that all the time. If that's like a tail, right? Like I used to have a tanuki tail. I used to wear a tanuki like a real live animal, right? They're like a, I know they're like from Japanese and Chinese folklore, but they're actually like real live animals. But spirit animal, they were awesome, right? My friend gave me this tail and it was super awesome. Also used to wear like these cat ears. You know, everybody used to call me Zoe the cat. I used to have these fuzzy cat ears with these little pink like iridescent sequins. And um, you know, uh like wear what you want, do what you want, but ultimately this divine union, this is like cosmically, galactically in order, right? And because of that, it doesn't matter. Like these people have just wasted time, right? They've just caused delay. Like they may have caused some sadness or some depression. They may have prevented happiness or this baby from being birthed. Whoever this is, they're losing a baby. Someone's losing a kid. Whoever did this to block this is going to lose a child or somebody that makes them very happy. They're going to be real fucking sad. But I'm picking up on someone's losing a child. Someone could also be losing a vehicle. Someone could get in an accident and the child dies in the vehicle or something like this. I'm not really sure. Remember, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. But this is related to this person, this Jezebel energy that wanted to take away or block this happiness, this union from coming into play. They wanted to keep you guys mentally trapped, but they cannot. They are now mentally trapped. They are now mentally confined. They are now in a state of depression, and they're spiraling out. These people are spiraling out. So, for instance, many people may know that this union, right? They may know that this union, that this person is about to come in. You're about to be wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. You're about to travel around the world. You're about to be world famous. Your guys's union is going to be like um, they're just showing me like when the stars collide, when the stars get married, right? Like some fucking elaborate some royal wedding. Maybe you guys are getting married in a castle. I was picking up on a castle before. Maybe you guys are getting married in a castle. Um, maybe you're trying to figure out whether it's a castle or a church. Maybe it's a church within a castle or a chapel within a castle or something. I'm not really sure. But this type of um, you guys could be going and getting you guys could be going and getting married in multiple places around the world also. No, you can't hide anything. I was having a good laugh today because when I sit in channel sometimes, um, like I pick up on different stuff and sometimes divine masculine comes through, you know, the not always mine, but sometimes divine masculine comes through and they get upset and they're just like, well, I keep trying to do this and I keep trying to do that. And I was like, oh yeah, you trying to do some sneaky surprise shit? And they're like, yeah, but I can never do it because you catch us every time because you do the reading, you know, because and it was this very funny and the guys are laughing and we're all sitting there laughing, right? We're just having this like little riot amongst ourselves. And the thing is because yeah, you can't pull one over, right? You can't pull one over. There's no sneaking, there's no hiding, there's no lying. Like you can't, right? Um, so for some of you guys, yeah, you know, when you know, like when you know, and all these other people trying to input false lies and other shit to block you from your actual innate ability, from your knowing, from your inner depth of knowing, um, they're really out of balance. They're having a hard time. So what is this? Tell us what's this Emperor and this Hierophant and the High Priest. You guys already did your work. You guys passed some type of test. Again, this can be you guys can be doing some type of job or something together, and you guys have passed some type of test. Like there's no more work. Or you may just have so much um you may have so much money or stuff coming in that you don't have to worry about like working hard anymore. Like you're not going to have to bust your ass hard anymore. You're still going to be working. Like you guys are going to be doing something together, but it's not going to be like this. It's not going to be like that. This is going to these other people. Okay. That's what happened is these other people, okay. These other people didn't want to do the work that it took, and they thought that they could come in and cash out on your shit, but they didn't do the work. They don't have the will power. They don't have the capacity to do what you do. They don't. They're over here talking shit and judging you like judgy ass Sunday motherfuckers. But guess what? They're now receiving that higher judgment. Again, this can be family. This can be people that you are close to. This can be family or friends. They're receiving this higher level of judgment. For some of you guys, this can be part of your job. You guys may be super you like clairsentient, clairvoyant, clairaudient. You may be psychic, you may be a medium, you may be whatever, right? And you may go around actually, you may be like it's like God's voice, God's judgment is what they're telling me. And I'm also seeing this really old what are they called? The Queen's army, the knights. They're telling me this flag. The Knights Templar. The Knights Templar, okay? This can be what it is. You guys may be connected. You guys may have some type of bloodline, or you may have some type of birthmark or bloodline or DNA, or you may have some higher level innate ability and they need to bring you in. Yeah, they're going to bring you in as an expertise. This could be your job, collective. This can be your job. Yeah. Yeah, because they want to eliminate they want to eliminate all the bullshit, right? They want to start building, they want to build a new structure, but in order to build the new structure, first the tower has to fall. But they're going to need your help to do that, because even though the tower's cracking and they're feeling it, like the cracking is, they're receiving these messages from God, like they're kind of scared. They're fucking super scared, but the tower hasn't crumbled yet. For some of you guys, there can be some type of tower that's coming in. Okay. And this can have to do with some type of judgment call that you have to make based on this. Okay. Um, but what they're showing me here is very strongly like the tower is indicative of the Tower of Babel, right? When they kept building and building and building and building this tower, because they're like, I'm going to get closer to God. I'm closer to God, and my money can build the high. And they built this tower, and the peasants were below, and everybody couldn't go up there, and until God said, finally, fuck all y'all, right? And he struck down with lightning and with fury or whatever, and he struck down the whole tower, right? And in this story, what happens is everybody goes confusing, right? They'll go blind, deaf, and insane, right? Like I say, like I cast out and incinerate, okay? See them burning over here? This is basically what happened, because God was like, don't use my name. Don't act like you fucking serve me when you don't. Okay, so this is having to do with something that's like related to the patriarchy or something like this. But yeah, what he did is he struck this down, and then everybody scattered and they were all whatever. And then what happened is they were all speaking different languages. Nobody could understand anybody anymore. And he took away the ability for people to be able to even communicate with each other. And then they ended up spreading out and becoming different tribes or something, right? Is that where the tribes or something came from after that? But he struck them down because they became too arrogant. And this is what I was going over yesterday about Nemesis, right? She was this goddess and she was revered, but what she did is she struck down. It was like she was karma herself, right? And she struck down the arrogance of men, especially those that claim they're doing something on the Most High's name. You cannot claim God's name. You cannot claim divinity, that you're doing something in divinity, if you weren't given a mission by the Most High. You can't just be like, in the name of Jesus, I cast you and call you an evil sinner. No. And that's when people come on here, that's exactly what they're doing. They are trying to be the ruler. You're not the ruler. You're not fucking God. And not some bullshit like only God can judge me. But really, the reality is, in this part of this unfinished business, is God has now anointed certain people that actually get to come in and make that judgment and decide what topples, decide what stays and what fucking goes. That's the judgment, right? It's heralding. It's like, um, you guys have been divinely chosen. Yeah, they want you it's like they're delivering you this physical gift. Okay. They're delivering you this new beginning, this physical gift, but this requires physical action. And this physical action is judgment to help bring down this tower. And to restore love, right? To restore love. Yeah, to get us out of this stuck state, because we're like stuck. We're like in this fucking loop. And they know there's something about you, collective, something about you, maybe you guys coming together. Again, this can be some type of DNA or bloodline or something like this, or just your abilities. Maybe your abilities. Maybe they realize, maybe people didn't think that you were that divinely anointed, but you are. And now they realize that you are directly speaking on behalf of God. God gave you this ability, literally, physically. See this from the clouds, this being physically given. This is a physical, in this form, attribute. Okay. And it's not being held back. For some of you guys, what could have happened is now you're finally receiving. You've just cracked open and you're receiving this, right? And it came down to whether you were going to hop on board, right? Whether you're going to jump on the bandwagon or whether you're going to call people out on their shit, because they need somebody that's not. This is something now to really step into this higher power, right? To really go through this dark night of the soul requires a full ego death, but it requires not just oh, I did this class, or oh, I did this, or oh, I'm spiritually bypassing and I'm just positive all the time. And oh, well, like so many of the facilitators out here in Bali, right? Like, what the fuck is that? And these people are just staying stuck because they haven't embodied it, which means they haven't actually done that work. They're false prophets, is what they're telling me, false prophets. So these people that have been receiving money and that have been receiving love, by taking either, again, look at this, by claiming that they're doing it for the Most High, they're about to be fucking stuck. They're about to be stuck. You guys have just gotten unstuck. You guys maybe successfully unfucked yourself, and they don't know what to do about this. Yeah, they thought that you would. They thought that you. Okay, so many of them, they thought by making you go by yourself that it would make you go crazy or hate your life or be depressed or go in this weird state. And you guys are like, cha-ching, bitch. Now I don't have anybody to bother me. I'm just gonna cash in and I'm gonna get all my stuff. Look at me. I'm dressing nice. I'm feeling nice. Make money, get paid, bitch. Make money, get paid. And you guys are out here like you're happy. You're like, I don't care. I'm good on my own. Why? Because I did the deep inner work, because I'm good. Like, because I physically did the work to now receive this. Oh, yeah. And what you gonna receive? Wheel of Fortune. Do 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 do. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Because you guys did the inner work, because you physically went in internally and said, okay, I trust the Most High. I trust that this wheel is turning. I trust. And because of your unwavering, where's the card? because of your unwavering commitment. And you guys have been on, you guys have shown this type of integrity or character since you were very small. Okay. Now, your family could have been holding this from you or trying to prevent or trying to make you out like something else. They're angry because they wanted it to be them. They're mad because someone thought it should be me. Why is it her? It should be me. They're fucking confused. But you're not confused. They wanted to keep you in confusion. They wanted to keep you in chaos. They wanted to keep you in, oh my God, what's happening? Is someone going to help us? I don't know. Nobody loves me. And you guys are like, I'm not confused. You're confused? What are you confused about? I'm not confused because I'm in direct communication with Source Creator, right? When people are like, God said that, I'm like, nah, you know what? I talk to God every day, multiple times. That's my buddy, bro. Like we homies. Like he did not say that. Just like Jesus doesn't like the fucking cross. And if you don't believe me, if you into God and you don't believe me, you go pray not to Jesus, you pray to God, or you ask Jesus, is this motherfucking sacrilegious to wear the thing that they crucified you on? Because Jesus did not die for your sins. Everybody is born here into physical realm to fulfill their own karma and die for their own sins. That's why you live and die. That's why you have a little fucking meat sack, because we're divine. We're infinite beings. Hello, McFly. We're infinite beings. This is a temporary experience in this meat sack. Therefore, you're dying for your own sins. This is why you came to the planet. Like I said, this is a prison planet, right? So we're making up for karma. Now imagine you took you fucking eons to get down to this planet to make up for your ancestral karma, and your dumbass decided to be this Jezebelian ass fucking whore and try to make someone else's life miserable, to do all this work to create all of these fucking lies and deceptions and to try to block God's favorite. There is favoritism from the divine realms. It's like they're spiritual warriors, right? They're sent in to usher in the new era, the new earth. Like the way that they are showing me for a long time. Yeah. Okay. This is like a divine union. They are coming in. Love is the truth. This divine union of masculine and feminine. This is the ultimate truth. And they know that that's their mission. That is like the ultimate uh, justice. This is the ultimate unfinished business. And all these people are trying to block it and trying to create all these problems. Now imagine you came down here to clear your karma and you just picked up fucking you picked up any further karma that divine feminine and divine masculine and that any of their family have acquired that they didn't already finish or clear out. Now this fucking whore and all of her bloodline and all of her family, they don't get to reincarnate. And guess what? They now have all that karma. Why? Because they tried to take away the karmic blessings, the dharma that the divine had already arranged for somebody else. And whether they may have played tricks and try to get something, they may have trick or treated here, but tricks are for kids, silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. We dealing with real fucking magic out here. And like I said, the law of cause and effect, right? You don't get what you want, you get what you are. So if you're a bad fucking person, you're going to get some bad shit that comes back to you, right? Like the person that blocks that always kicks me off the internet and does all this shit. This fool sounds like he's dying. The dude next door, he's got like walking pneumonia. He's going to die. And he still relentlessly fucking cuts in and out my shit every day. This bitch next door, she's got some weird fucking disease. And she's just fucking all these dudes because she's fucking angry and she's spreading it out like her fucking legs open because they're attacking, right? But that's not my fucking problem. That's their problem. That was their free will because they attempted to intervene with this partnership. And the divine ain't fucking having it. This is knowledge. This is wisdom. This is healing. The divine ain't having it. Again, here's this, okay? The Queen of Wands and the King of Wands in reverse, okay? These people are going to be going away for a long time, and you guys are going to be going away from them, okay? Moving to calmer shores, to safer waters. Yeah, you guys have far surpassed this bullshit. The thing is they're out here trying to scare collective, right? They're out here trying to scare collective, trying to get collective to run back to this fucking whatever, this King of Wands or Queen of Wands, whatever these Jezebel energies. They're trying to get them to run back to these physical realms because they're upset because they accepted money. So they made a deal with the devil because they accepted something in a physical form to attack something in the spiritual realm. So there is spiritual and physical repercussions that are now going to be acquired for that. But you don't fuck like you can't cash out in the spiritual realm in the physical realm. And when you do that, physical realm, health, third density, hell, heel, where your heel touches the earth, this is the underworld, right? This is the bottom level of heaven and the top level of hell. We are in hell. We are living in a hellscape until we ascend to fourth or fifth density. Third density is heavy. It is hellscape, which means they're not going anywhere. They're going to stay in the hellscape prison state. Now, everybody's idea of hell will be different. And that will be a collective manifestation that they create together. But the reality is because Satan, right? Because the devil has to do with physical things, physical addictions, pleasures, lust, greed, whatever, right? So if you're willing to try to take somebody's life for some fucking money or a car or a fucking better job position, guess what? You just made a deal with the devil. You made a deal with the devil because you accepted something in the physical realm to prevent a spiritual hierarchy. Do you think that they take that lightly? Fuck no, they don't. Fuck no, they don't. They don't. And you guys aren't going to be having a nice life. Whoever that was, whoever's here, whoever cross watchers are here, you're fucked. You are fucked 10 ways to fucking Thursday, bro. Like you can't get out of this. You can't get out. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can trade. There's nothing you can do now to get out because you accepted. You accepted a payment. You accepted a home. You accepted a vehicle. You accepted a room. You maybe accepted marrying somebody else. You accepted something. You accepted a physical exchange. You made a deal with the devil to fuck with a spiritual contract and with a spiritual inheritance and with a spiritual blessing and a spiritually bestowed gift that is specifically for specific people. And you try to take that, you try to take what the divine had given. Okay, so this unfinished business, okay, so some of these motherfuckers are going to be trying to come on back. They're going to try to come on back with some bullshit, okay, and be like, oh, but remember we worked together and remember we did all this and remember we did all that. No, bitch. You know what I remember? All you motherfuckers stabbing me in the back. I remember nobody being there for me. I remember not a single fucking soul showing up, being present, saying something, defending me. No, no, no. Everybody said, you're fucking crazy. You're acting out, and maybe you need to go to a facility. No, bitch, I'm the Empress. I'm the blueprint. I'm the doula for the new earth. I am far from fucking crazy. Angry? For sure. For sure. Crazy? Absolutely not. So now, yeah, again, the Empress already knows what is hers. And she sits back in her little couch, eating her little grapes, like, feed me some grapes. Can I get a cabana? Can I get a cabana boy? Can I get somebody to fan me? You know what I'm saying? Like she's over there. She's like, no, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm relaxed. I'm waiting. I know all this shit's taken care of because I know. And she knows all these motherfuckers that did all that. Oh yeah, that's slap back like 10 to 100 fold coming back. So let's say they tried to, let's say for instance, like this bitch next door, she tried to flatten my front tire, right? Try to put something in my bike, try to do this. You know what's gonna happen? She's gonna have a tire blow out when she's in the middle of a road. She's gonna get ran over by a fucking truck. Or she's gonna fucking crash off of the side of a cliff. Or something crazy like that. Because it's gonna come back more than the intention of what she had. But because the action, physical action already took place, and because these people accepted physical payout, then it's going to come back. The slap back is going to be fucking tenfold in the physical realm and probably 100-fold in the spiritual realm. So this isn't just about one person's unfinished business. This is about the divine's unfinished business. And all these people that were trying to fight you that couldn't fucking fight you because you're like, whatever, you guys can fight amongst yourselves. They're all over here fucking speechless. They're like, shit, fuck. Nobody knows what's going on. Everybody knows that everything the collective said, they were fucking right. And we can't get them to fucking fight, and we can't get them to argue, and we can't get any more swords in their back. They ain't foolish anymore. They fucking learned. They learned. The fool who obtained knowledge. Who's foolish now? Who's playing the fool now? Everybody plays the fool. They didn't do the work. These motherfuckers did not do the work. They don't get the happy ending that don't belong to you. You know what they may get? A dick in their ass. Unless they like that, then they'll maybe get it somewhere else. Because you can't take passion, you can't take desire, you can't take something that was meant to be created. You can't take somebody else's family, you can't take somebody else's work away from them and expect that shit's not going to come right back around and ram you. Fucking ramrod, team ramrod coming in hot. Hope you stuff some lube in your fucking prison purses, bitch, because you ain't getting your dream and you ain't getting somebody else's. That's for fucking sure. You ain't getting a wish. You can sit there and wish, and you can sit there and pray, and you can sit there and beg, but guess what? You made the choice. Whoever is cross watching, you made this choice. You took a payout. And whether you received the money or not, you agreed to it. You made the contract. You made the commitment. And now you're feeling all out of balance because collective ain't fucking heartbroken over you. Collective ain't going to be heartbroken over you. You never provided them any support or any security. Whoever this is, whether this is an ex, whether this is family, whether this is friends, whether this is community, whether this is a job, something physical, but they didn't offer you that. They were in there, no love, no balance, no security, no support, no safety, no love. So, I mean, what do you think? What do you think? Now, some of them are freaking out, and some of these groups of people are fucking freaking out, and they are trying to figure out, or maybe there's these Jezebel energies or something like that, and they're just telling everybody some bullshit. They're lying. They're lying. Lying. It could be Leos. Don't have to be. It could be strong Leo things. Yeah, because they're holding on to something that didn't belong to them. Now, what's actually fucked up is many of these people thought that okay, so some people took collective's name. Some people fucking took money out. Some people already cashed in on stuff that didn't belong to them. And now they're all fucking going down. And these people are trying to figure out this. This person's like, no, we're still good. We're still together. I still got them. Don't worry. Like I got them. Like they're physically, like they're not going to go away from me. Like they're all fucking hung up on me, but collective is not hung up. Collective is already on to the next thing. Long gone. The hangman in reverse, they're not hanging on. They didn't wait. They accepted this divine intervention from the universe. And whoever this is that is not letting go, that's holding on, who is this? They stole something. Now, not only did they steal something, they thought it was going to be theirs. And they were waiting. They were trying to unalive you, collective. They try to take your money. They claimed it as their own. They maybe put you out, try to make you homeless, try to hurt you, try to abandon you, make a bunch of people abandon you. And they're holding on to that. But the problem is they didn't get their wish fulfillment. Now they're sitting there by themselves, but now they're in this stage. So many of them are going to be locked up because they didn't want to return this money. Because they should have returned this money, they should have apologized, they should have done something. They shouldn't have taken your house, or they shouldn't have done this, whatever it is. Um, and that's the problem, actually. These people are not new at doing this. It's like I said before, it's like a whole cult or a whole fucking covenant, like fucking romance scammers, and then they steal like houses and properties, and like I told you guys before, that show on Netflix, The Serpent. That's basically like, at least in my shit out here, that's what's going on. In Bali edition, that's what's going on. They're taking jewels, they're taking clothing, they're taking machines, tools, whatever. Like all these people are like the top at whatever they did before they fucking offed them, before they unalived them. And many of them were fooled by these romance scammers that came in and then try to hustle them for money. Even my friend Chef, shout out BB Chef, my homie. We had a joke going like literally before he died, because this bitch did this shit to him, and she cost him like 15,000 USD for him to get out of jail out here, because she tried to plant some weird fucking some what's what they call shabu shabu, which is like Indonesian's version of fucking dope, of meth, right? And I don't know, never done it, don't want to ever fucking try it, but it's only coming from the Indonesian mafia, right? And so they put this they put this in his fucking villa, and he's just like, what the fuck? Like he would never touch that shit. Like never, right? And so they popped him for this shit, and he had to pay 15,000. And then the girl wanted to come back and hang out with him, and she tried to extort him again. And he was like, listen, like you can apologize and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like if you miss me and you want to hang out with me, like you can apologize, but I ain't giving you no more money. And she was like, if she tried to extort him for 10 juta more, which is 10 million, 10 or 12 million, um, which is basically like 1 million out here, let's just say is like 65 USD, right? So just say 70 USD. So, basically she's trying to extort him for like, like $1,000 or something like that to come and hang out. And he was just like, and so it became our joke, right? It became our joke. It was like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing later? You want to hang out? He's like, I was like, it's going to cost you like 10 to 12 juta though, if you're trying to hang out. And it became our ongoing joke, right? It's like, oh, only for 10 or 12 juta. Like, I'll get a beer with you, but only for 10 or 12 juta. And we used to meet down at this place all the time, 707. And they tried to take this place out to build this shit. And I fucking was like, fuck no. Stop. But yeah, they did the same thing, right? And I saw that the person that was the owner of my house was driving his bike that I helped him fucking build on my goddamn birthday, and painted it slate gray. So, anyways, they had him get all this equipment, this diving equipment, all this stuff. They had him build this whole fucking bike, and then he put it up for sale because he was like, "This is just fucking too much to cruise around town. It's cool when we want to go for long drives or whatever, but it's too much." And so he got like another thing and whatever. And yeah, he's one of the people that just like had a heart attack and fucking dropped dead from what? Like this dude was a fucking diver. He just won an underwater photography competition and shit. And at the time, we initially thought it was just because he had gotten the jab like a week or whatever before, which it could be. That could partially be part of it, right? But yeah, it's the same thing. And then my homie Norbert, after he made beautiful jewelry, right? And after they want me to talk about them. Okay, so we're going to talk about them because this is unfinished business for them. Okay, this is about these people that stole shit that didn't belong to them, and they're going away for a long fucking time. So the homie Norbert, same thing, he is like an old school partier, right? He fucking survived some crazy shit, right? He was in a wheelchair. Like this fool would get like we would fucking carry him upstairs to join like the party at the club. Like the first time I met him, like we had to help carry like his chair and all of his shit like up all these stairs because it was like 2 or 3 stories up at this party. And anyways, he was like a total rager, right? The same as BV. Like he had done like 15 or 20 years at Burning Man, right? Like this is a newbie. This isn't someone that's just gonna like maybe party a little and have a fucking heart attack. Like it's not how it goes down. You understand what I'm saying? Like season party goers. And so anyways, same thing. Norbert went to this party, and the interesting thing is my other friend that died of a fucking random heart attack in Thailand last year, Michael Russick, if you out there. Um, what is that thing? The strawberry story. But anyways, he was like, "Oh my God, I met the coolest dude, and we were all together." And he told me he was partying at this dude Momo's house, and they're all fucking partying, and they gave him this whatever they traded because something like this. But he had all these valuable stones and jewelry and stuff like this, and he had made this whole beautiful cup, this golden cup that had all of my astrology on it. And I think that he had taken it over there to for some type of like smaller jewels, or I don't know what, to maybe to show the guy because he's also a jeweler, something like this. And then the next thing you know, he ends up they find him randomly dead the next day, and he had a heart attack, but like it looked like when they found him, it looked like he had been there for a lot, like he had been dead for a lot of hours. The same with my friend Russick in Thailand. So they left them for long enough to where they weren't going to be revived, or they killed them and then dropped them off or something like this. But yeah, I just had like random heart attacks, and these are people that were like properly knew how to party. Now whatever, they're putting shit in whatever the shit was, right? These are strong messages coming through. These people did not leave on their own, and they have been coming back through. This unfinished business is divinely orchestrated. Yeah, this whole group of people. So this whole group of people, they don't have the ability, right? They don't receive. They don't work hard, right? They just fucking take. They're on the take. They're not on the give. They're on the take, and so they're taking other people's um, what do you call it? They're taking other people's intellectual property. They're taking other people's life's work. They're taking other people's whatever it is, right? The one dude, the guy, the Pablo from the Dance for Peace, he had a bunch of sound equipment, right? He had the turntables and the CDJs and all that fucking sound equipment and a bunch of party favors as well that all just seemed to, and a box, huh? All just seemed to like disappear. So, anyways, same with my other girl, Michelle. She had some weird black magic that was on her, and we had every type of major healer and practitioner going over there, and la 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 la. She had the same shit that happened to me because she was hooking up with a dude that was that was the ex of this psycho girl that initially put the black magic on me, who was my friend at some point in time. But I was like, hey, is it cool if I go out with this person? I know like she was already married and she's already engaged and getting married like in a few months to some other dude. And I was like, I just want to respectfully, you know what I'm saying? And no, she put the black magic. This is the same shit. It was like a lower back pain, and it just kept spreading. And I had to go to these priests and stuff like this, and they had to clear it out of me. And but it was the same thing. First, it started off as this, and this is the fucking black magic that these people are putting on to attack these people and to make these people go crazy, right? And they do that and they make them go crazy, you know. And then there's the one dude Solomon. He had like 6 fucking kids. He loved his kids. His kids were his whole fucking life, right? And yeah, they threw him a going away party down in Uluwatu, and then he fucking went crazy and jumped off a fucking cliff. Like, bro, that dude. It was hard for him to get him to even go away for one night away from his kids. Like that was nearly impossible. Like how they got him all the way down to Uluwatu that far away from the kids, and then he jumped off the fucking cliff. Like I don't buy that. I don't buy that. There's something darker. There's something deeper. These people probably like maybe took maybe like owed money for drugs or maybe borrowed money from these people that were like not nice people or something like this. I'm not exactly sure. Or they just fucking offed them and went and took a shit. Because that's what happens. It's like where everybody's stuff going. These are people that didn't have like a little bit of stuff. They had like all of the equipment, all of the things, all of the top. And my last friend, Russick, who had a heart attack in Thailand, this was like, oh, well, they brought his body back in the casket and then they sent it back to America. And I was like, they're not going to do that. Indonesia is not going to clear a body coming in a casket. First of all, that white casket was only about 5.25, 5.5 feet. This dude was a 6.5 foot dude. He was a 6'4" fucking skinny ass dude, right? First of all, the casket wasn't even the right length. It would have to be custom made. We're in Asia, number one. It's not going to happen in fucking 3 days, and it's not going to be from Thailand. They're not going to get the clearance from a dead body that had a heart attack from an OD. Like, they're not going to get that clearance for the body to come over to Indonesia if the body's not being buried here and if he doesn't have relatives that are here to do so. They're not going to do that because that's a dead body and they're what, just parade it around? No, 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 no. That was my casket. Haha. How'd that work out, bitches? Yeah. My family made the flowers for that. I saw it. I seen it. Because the dude is not gonna have a white cat. Like this dude was like a fucking major designer, like a famous fucking designer, like, and worked on some large fucking projects with a bunch of different people. And you're gonna tell me he was in a little white casket with pink and orange flowers? No, no, fool. Like that's not no. Nice try. Nice try, bitches. So they were banking on offing me too, because I created all these clothing lines and they already started producing them and selling them in different countries. So, anyways, these people that did all of this are going away for a long time, for a long, long time. And the thing is like they don't have the ability. So when you're dealing with these darker demonic forces, they, of course, that was their actions that they put in. But when you're dealing with these darker entities and demonic forces, they don't have the ability to create. Okay, you have to be divine in nature, right? They say that we are made in God's image, right? So we are divine in nature. We are created divine in nature by being, right? Um, and so these darker entities, beings, forces, whatever they are, they can be whatever reptilians and all this other shit. And just to put it out there, guys, not all reptilians and draconians are fucking evil. Okay, I'm Lyran High Priestess, which is like the cat-headed, the oldest seed of the universe, right? What this whole planet was seeded with, right? And it's Lyran, not Lyran. That's where the lie was input to make you say that. Lyran to make you not believe it. It's Lyran, like like the Lyra constellation, like the Lyra that you play, like the hoop Lyra that you spin on. Spell the same. Lyra. It's Lear, like a Lear jet, not Lyra. Anyways, when they were exploding the planet, even though it was this whole fucking intense love story that happened, and that's what was doing it, that's what created this whole thing, right? Is like this war between this one king and the other, the reptilian and the draconian, and they really wanted to eliminate to take out the species, and so there was some freedom fighters within there that were the draconian and the reptilian, like a very small amount of them, and they saved like me and some of the other high level court. Not all of us, they couldn't save all of us, but they did save some of us. And so I will say, because I know I talk a lot of shit on the reptiles here a lot, but I will say that not all of them are evil, but the what their overlords are kind of directing them and having them do is not all good. Let's just put it that way. Okay. So, anyways, these when all this happened, they helped to kind of rescue and bring so we can keep the bloodline going, but the planet and all of that was completely destroyed. So there's a lot of information and stuff that went away, and in the process of that, um, we've been trying to readapt, right? And what they showed me before is also like the house cat was actually like the proper adaptation, the proper hybridization adaptation. Because if you look, like the Lyrans are more like the large cats, like jungle cats and stuff like this, large cats, not like house cats, right? The house cat is the adaptation, the hybridization project that actually worked between reptilian species and Lyran species, right? Because what actually happened is there was, so let's say on a higher level, galactic spiritual level, that there was a promise, right? Or there was like an agreement to bridge the there was an agreement to bridge the just like in old royal families, right? Like let's say they're like, okay, well, we're going to marry you to this country, or we're going to give the princess or the prince to this country to make uh an alliance, to create an alliance, right? And so that's basically what's going on. So they try to create an alliance, and what happened is the the reptilian and nature, they're in nature, like in a lower mind space in nature. And what they did is they were more like, let's say, domineering, like more misogynistic, more abrasive, more aggressive, more they want to fight fucking feet, right? And the Lyran is very, it's like a very feminine energy, right? And they're very compassionate, and they're highly they're like Heyoka empaths, so they can feel and sense and everything, right? They're really tuned into all of that. And so the prince or the princess, the Lyran prince or princess, I can't remember, whatever. Um, the princess, something like this, the princess, um, was like, I don't, just like every old story. It's like the story that's the tale as old as time, right? It's like, I don't want to marry this person. I don't love them. Like, I want love. I want love. Like the oldest fucking story in the book, right? I don't want to marry this person that my father wants me to marry. I want to marry for love. And it's like the new generation, the new era changes that. They change all of that, and they change what it is. And so in that process, the Lyran princess had become uh had like a guard, a guardian or a guard or a guardian of some sort is what they're telling me. A guardian, because I was like a friend or what, a protector or whatever, somebody that's sneaking in or what. A guardian of some sort. And this guardian was draconian. And maybe they had some type of intense love affair or something like this. Maybe because the draconian, because they can replicate, right? They can iterate, as you were talking about before. And so they can learn. This is what we were talking about at the beginning. So they can learn by watching, right? And they can reenact it. So if they see what love or emotions or kindness or compassion or whatever is, like they can act that out. Now, whether they're doing it from a place of love or they're doing it from a place of trying to gain something, because that's whatever, it can be both ways, right? They're still reptile in nature. They're just more dragon, draconian. Um, uh, so, but they're like between a dragon and a reptilian. It's kind of like what they would look like, but like different types of heads. Anyways, the um, so they had this mad love affair, and um, I think like the Lyran princess or something was like, fine, like if the prince or the king or whatever, right? Because they're supposed to be married or some shit like this. If they want to go and fucking feed and fight all these other things, all these other women or all these other things, then I'm gonna do that too, right? It's like the story of Lilith and whatever. It's been going on since fucking the tale as old as time, since the beginning of history, or her story, right? And history repeats itself. Her story repairs itself. I like this. We're gonna use this saying. It's really nice. And so because of all of that, um, you know, the Lyran princess was like, well, I'm going to, have a lover, right? The same, like I want to do what you're doing too. And they're like, that's not gonna happen. And so it caused this whole internal war, and to where their love affair or something, right? Or like she refused to let go of this person, right? to let him be killed or to let go of this person, whatever. And she defended it because she was like, no, this is what, like, I deserve to experience love. And so because she defended that, it caused this whole fucking war, and they ended up literally blowing up the planet over this. And so fast forward lots of eons forward, they created I think even maybe when they were getting married or something like this, they created this planet Earth for, for this hybridization project, because a lot of people were not into the reptilian and the Lyrans, the cats and the reptiles breeding. They were like, absolutely not. Just like the weird dark forces, like the weird white men that don't that want to kill. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same thing, the micro and the macro, right? And with it, they were just like, no, you can't. Like the cat can't be with the reptile. Like, no, this is unethical. We're not about it. And so they created this whole planet was to be able to do the hybridization project, which was okay, going trial and error, right? Until the Anunnaki came down. And then later on, like I was talking about last night, the Martians, right? They invaded and did all this shit, right? But it was going all right. It was all right. And so what they showed me is that the house cat was the successful um, hybridization of the reptilians. Is it draconian? Maybe, I don't know. It's the proper hybridization of the reptile and the Lyran. And how you know the difference is because the big cats, the jungle cats and stuff like this, they have regular eyes. But the house cats are the only creature, and they can't really see. Like even the vet is like, I don't understand. Like, no, the cats are like aliens to us. We don't really know how all their systems work and all this stuff, even though they dissected them and stuff, they're still like a bit of an anomaly for them to understand. But the way their eyes are slit like a snake, like a reptile, and they go, they showed me, and I was like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. And so then I started looking up, like, do other animals actually possess this? And no, it's actually like indicative to them. So there's a lot of information that's coming in now. Some of this justification is like information that's coming in a higher spiritual level. Okay. And what people don't understand is that even though we're still in third density, we're existing, right? We're moving between, especially if you're a higher level, if you're a light being, a light worker or whatever, indigo, something like this, right? Um, we're moving from, and we're moving through these states and away from these lower, more dense realms, right? And this is the people, this is this energy, people that are willing. So how do you know that something is low vibrational or demonic in nature? Is somebody else getting hurt in order for you to get what you're getting? Are you physically, or is it people you working for physically, or is it some other way? Like, for instance, let's just say people out here love to fucking order shit from Zara and Sheen, right? They do child labor and all this other crap. So is you getting your $20 piece of thing? Like, no, you are demonic in nature, because you are getting something at a price that suits you, even though it's child and slave labor and unsafe environments and people aren't getting paid enough. You don't give a fuck because you just want it for fucking $20. Does that make sense? Like that. Like, let's say, like these assholes that are around me, right? Like, let's say they took a payout to harass or to stalk or to block me from delivering my message. They're doing something that's lower vibrational, that's demonic in nature, because they're gaining something by stepping on someone else's head, by pulling someone else down, by belittling or betraying somebody else in the process to get what they want. So that's evil in nature, no matter what it is. If you're like, oh, I'm going to set up my tent here, I'm going to build my house here, or I'm going to whatever, but you fucking eliminate all of the nature spread and you cut down all of the trees to build your house, in the middle of this beautiful preserve. Like, you killed a bunch of habitats, you killed a bunch of living things for your own gain, for your own pleasures, for your own physical gratification and justification. And you didn't think about your actions and how they were affecting anything else besides yourself. That is vampiric in nature. That is narcissistic in nature. And I don't mean people that are like, I have to protect my energy. That's different. These are people that are literally taking gains off of taking or hurting other people. And that's basically what's going on with all these fucking people. Like this show, The Serpent. Like, I only watched one episode because I was like, this is so fucking gross. They're literally murdering people, stealing their identities, stealing their IDs, stealing their money, stealing their belongings, trading it for jewels and all this other stuff. And like, it's just, it's sick. Burning them, like slowly poisoning them, like over time to fucking steal their shit. And yeah, it's just not working out. They don't get it. It's not their wish fulfillment. And so these people have been doing it because the thing is when they're dark and they're negative, they're evil in nature, they can only copy. So you guys may have a lot of copycats. You guys may, hey Heidi, you guys may have a lot of copycats. You guys may have a lot of people trying to steal your steez or trying to pretend like you stole it from them. But the truth is going to come out. And they're gonna get voted off the island, or they're gonna go away for a long fucking time, because while they try to make you look crazy and they try to make fake messages or fake whatever, or try to create all this fucking bullshit, in the end of the day, you're the Empress energy. You are the source of creation. So creators can recreate as much as they want. Recreation, recreating. You can be in this Empress energy of like, I create because I can gestate or birth within my being. I am the divine. I am the blueprint, right? And I create out of the space of love. And because nothing that they produce have they created, they don't have the capacity to create or to generate. They have the capacity only to take. So they can copy, they can replicate, often imitated, but never duplicated. And that's what they do. And they're trying to claim that it's theirs, that it was their idea and it was this and it was that, because they took action before you did, because you didn't take action. And so they made it better than you, even though they're what prevented you from taking this action. So now they're going to receive a lot of fucking towers. They're going to lose their stability. They're going to lose their money. They owe money. Many of them may not have the money. So now they're your bitch, collective. They're going to be working for you until they're fucking dead. Until they can pay it back. They're going to have to. But they don't want to. Many of them, they're going to lose whatever, because for many of them, they accepted money because, okay, so this group, so what I was picking up on is this fucking sick fuck group, right? They took this money, and they could have taken this money from a mother figure. Again, a mother figure or somebody in your family, okay, that wanted to keep you trapped. And they didn't really think that you were going to tap in. They wanted to keep you blocked in this state of disarray so you couldn't tap into your intuition. So you couldn't practice your magic, so you couldn't block their magic. But that didn't work. You blocked their magic, and their shit's backfiring like a motherfucker because you're more strong than they ever imagined. Now they took a pay. And the problem is they already spent that money. Some of them already spent that fucking money, because they were they were so fucking certain, because they had done this so many times to so many people, and they had off so many people and come out with these insurance policies and all of this product and every fucking thing else that they cashed out on. And that's how they stayed making their money in this fucking gangster paradise, right? And the reality is, because these people already spent that money, because they were holding on to money that didn't belong to them, and because they were holding on to the fact without having a backup plan, they're like, this is mine, this is mine. Now, some of them only got a small payout, and they're waiting for the whole rest of the payout, and they were expecting that payout. Now, some of them can be homeless. They can be running around. Others, they're going to have to lose their homes. Some of them are going to lose a leg or a foot. Some may have an arm. They will be put out in the cold. Okay. But I feel like some will be giving something up physically. They have to. So you're gonna start to get collective. You're about to get this fucking cash out, bro, from this. This is hardcore. Yeah. Because you sat back and you waited and you did the work, and they know that it's your work. Everybody knows it's your work. The world, they're on a world judgment stage, and everybody knows they tried to off you. All this stuff is coming out, and you didn't die. And you're about to receive their money, their businesses, their homes, their restaurants, their clubs, their equipment, everything. Everything that they ever physically worked for is about to be yours now because they got caught trying to take you out. But they didn't realize your ass healed. They can't do that. You're divinely protected. And you even got you even got you even got like the army of the underworld. You got the army of the undead. You got the you got the high ups, you got the archangels, you got the aliens, you got the underworld, you got everybody that is like, bitch, this person did the work and you ain't taking it to where they're going to take it out. Now, some of these people are going to go insane. They may end up, they may actually do this because here's the thing. They tried to make other people look like they were paranoid, they were schizophrenic, they were bipolar, that they were losing their shit, and that they took their own lives or that they had some freak accident death. Guess what's going to happen? These people are going to start to go fucking insane. They're not going to get the justice that they thought they were going to get. Some of them could have been trying to use a lawyer or police. They could have been trying. Those people can see the lies. They can see through it. They may be accepting money from them and say that they're moving forward with whatever case, but they ain't going to win, and they already know that. These people are going ape shit. They're getting sick. Many people are sick because this is healing, resting, healing. They can't sleep. They're sick. They're really, really, really fucking sick, and they're going to die. Or they're going to go so mentally insane that they try to take their own life. And in the process of trying to take their own life, they're not going to be able to receive the justice. They're not going to be able to get where they need to go. They're not going to be able to exit. They're not allowed because the divine is going to take them somewhere else because they're going to parade them around. Just like okay. So they went around telling everybody they could have gotten a car or a vehicle or something like this. They could have gotten somebody got pulled over, or somebody had to go to jail or do something, um, and they use collective's name. They use the fake identification or something like this, and they use collective's name to try to get out of it. That's going to cost you a lot. They didn't realize. And now they're going fucking insane. And they're like, no, 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 and they're waiting for this money. Oh, I'm gonna get this money. But it didn't never come in. It's never coming because it was never theirs in the first place. So now, not only are all their secrets and lies and deceptions and everything coming out from blocking or lying or creating, blocking this, right? This unfinished business, this actual union from coming into play. And this, again, this is people that you work with that we're hating. These are people that pretend to work with you or pretend to say they like what you're doing or pretend to help you. These motherfuckers are like the collective solution, like the white rabbit, black rabbit people. You guys still owe me. You still owe me for 5 fucking grams of chocolate, cunts. I'm going to take that out of your ass in jail. So these people lied and deceived and created these secrets and created these lies to block this from coming in. And they were pretending like they were working with you or they were together, and they weren't. No, they made a deal with the devil. And they're fucking scared. They're scared because the devil, guess what? The devil said, bitch, you made that deal. Sorry. I signed off on it. And even the devil is turning them away at this point. The devil's like, nah, bro, you can't come here. Imagine that you did something so fucked up. Imagine that you did something spiritually, that you created this lie and this scene, and you put all this effort and work in towards creating this bullshit. that even the deal that you made with the devil, even he is rebuking it. See this? He's not trying to work with you anymore. Because you probably lied about however you got this job or something else. Wow. Imagine that. Even the devil you made the deal with said, fuck you. Even they are too fucking sneaky and scandalous and skeezy for the devil himself. He said, oh, you better be strong, right? Isn't that what you told Collective? You got this. You're strong. You got plenty of strength. Don't worry. Don't worry. You figure it out. You figure out how to tame that fucking beast. They let out. Okay, so they let out some type of demonic. Okay, they tried to do some type of death magic or some type of demonic, maybe graveyard magic. Maybe they summoned some type of super fucking dark evil entity, like that Satan himself is like, I ain't helping you out of it. You ain't on my team. Like, nope, nope. And what they didn't realize is when they summoned this fucking demon, this could be like a demon that comes from like the inner earth or from like the water or something like this. Is like a high powerful demon. This is not the devil. This is not saying this is something way more intense. And they summoned it out because they wanted it to take Collective's life. And guess what? That ancient primordial fucking demonic being is even on Collective's team because they don't want to be in the depths of fucking hell anymore. They're like Collective's pet. Truth. It's like everybody's truth is not to create any confusion. Like the truth is ultimately this union, these lovers coming together. This is the truth. This is the action. This is it. Like the lower ethers, the higher ethers, the heaven, everybody wants it to win, right? Even this demonic entity is like, I don't want to be the demon anymore. You guys can stay in hell with the devil. And like, yeah, there is a lot of lower energies that are coming into play that are trying to bring people down with them. But you also got to remember that not everybody, just like when the Mayans, right? Just like when the Mayans disappeared, like not everybody gets to go away. Like the whole planet didn't disappear, like just the Mayans. A bunch of them were left like in famine, like whatever, right? And so that's basically kind of like what they're downloading me with is like the majority, like you got to think like only 1 to 3% of the population is going to be awake and is going to ascend. Um, everybody else is like not. Everybody else is food and fuel. Everybody else is deciding that they don't want to come in the union or that they've gone against this union and they stay in this prison state. And that was their choice. Many people chose not to evolve past their density. Many people want to stay in this level of, whatever this demonic level. Many people want to stay in misogynistic ways. Many people want to say man is better than woman and everybody came from man. Like, no, bitch, even you came from a fucking woman. A woman created you. You were gestated and you were birthed out of a fucking vagina, bro. When people are like, where do you come from? I'm like, a vagina, same as you. From creator source, from a woman. Feminine. The most high God. Source creation itself, even this whole planet, is running on feminine cycles. Lunar cycles are the same, succinct, with feminine bleeding. That's why they call it the woman is on her moon. Everything in nature, Mother Earth, Mother Ocean, Mother Moon, Mother Nature. It's Father Sky. The wind, the thought, the imagination that carries it forward, the action, not the creation, the action. So anyways, many people will stay here, and whoever this group of people is, they awakened this super fucking dark ass thing because they thought that they could make a deal with it to take out whatever because they're doing some dark ass shit. And the thing is like that demon is now so far up all those people's asses they don't know what to do. They're fucking freaking. Many of them could have taken off. Many of them could have left. Um, different things like this, but or they're looking, they're like, fuck it, I'm just going to take whatever I have and I'm out of here. Many are not going to be able to. They're going to be lost in this state of confusion. They're not going to be able to make a clear decision, or they're going to be blocked at the airports or all these other fucking places. Yeah, they're not getting anything. That fuck boy, fuck girl waiting for whatever. Yeah, they didn't do the work. They don't get that happy ending. They're going nowhere fast. Collective gets this happy ending. This is Collective's happy ending. Could be strong Cancerian energy. Some of you guys can be going somewhere. Somebody could be coming to you. Again, here's this strong symbol. Oh, wow, there's actually lots of symbols in his little kilt. Oh, wow, they're like alien writing. I never noticed that. So in this card, yeah, you guys are going to be rich, that's for sure. But in this card, what's really interesting, right? He's wearing the armor, right? This is like the divine armor, right? His crown is the star. So his dream, right? It's connected to the stars, to the dream. But also you see the stars here. This means he has higher level wisdom. It means that he's tapped in, or she, whatever, tapped into the divine, right? The crown chakra is open. His physical body is in a state of protection. There's equal balance of the masculine and the feminine in alignment to be able to move forward, to be able to pull the chariot, right? So this is somebody, this is a galactic. For some of you guys, you could have some high level star family, or again, this is something that has been such a long time coming. This is your cosmic inheritance. This happy ending. But many of you guys had to embody this energy. Many of you guys had to cut people off. A lot of people off. You may have, yeah, you had to make hard decisions of where to end, and you had to cut these people off. These naysayers, these people that were stalking, these people that were harassing, because everybody that has some shit to talk, okay, if they're not showing up in support of you, if they're not defending you, like if people aren't defending you in rooms that you're not in, they ain't your fucking friends. You understand? These people have been talking, stalking, watching, like running their mouths, spreading fucking lies and bullshit and their legs and whatever else. And like that's come to an end. You guys had to end all of this. Yeah. You had to end all of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't get your victory and you wouldn't get your wheel of fortune. So for me, for instance, right, like I had to cut out all of my family. So I know that, and even my ex, because I know that everything that I was programmed or taught or conditioned to believe was love was actually transactional. I was raised by a bunch of fucking narcissistic people with narcissistic personality disorder, so they don't know. Everything is just everything is transactional. Everything is to make you feel bad to get you to do something for them. And again, those people have a lot of karmic debt to pay because they were banking off of something that didn't belong to them and using someone else's inheritance, someone else's life force energy, and making collective be the wounded warrior and have to keep taking it in. And because a lot of us are high level empaths or whatever, the empath and the narcissist are always coming into play together. And the reason why is because the narcissists know that they can feed off of the empath's empathy, right? They don't have empathy. They don't have apathy. They rarely even have sympathy, right? And the reality of the situation is, that's not the normal program. And so what's going on with this unfinished business is you guys are healing that. You guys are healing whatever this family wound or the mother wound, they say especially people that go through a lot of stuff and a lot of trauma and a lot of healing and a lot of abuse and other things like this, what they say is that um, we end up becoming we ended up becoming the adult. We end up becoming the adult or the parent or the brother or the sister or the friend that the, that we needed as a child, right? When we were going through all this trauma, we end up becoming that person for that child and kind of coddling that inner child in us. And in this process, if you don't understand like what healthy masculine, healthy feminine, what healthy relationships or what healthy family environments look like, in order to step in to receive this new blessing, you can't have it tattered with all the old shit, which means all the people whose opinions are like, oh, well, it's never going to work out, or oh, that's just a whatever, or oh, blah, 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 naysayers, bro, like naysayers. And the reality is anybody that at this point in time where we are, like galactically, collectively, like in the collective conscious, anybody who is not supporting whatever you do, and I don't mean like supporting you monetarily wise. I mean like, let's say you're like, oh, I want to make this piece of art, and you guys want to come to my art show, and everybody's like, oh yeah, 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 but then they like never show up, or they're just like, oh, that art's dumb. Nobody's gonna like that. Or like my one friend, and this is like what really pissed me off about her because we were really, really close. And I was like, I really want to start helping people by teaching like the difference of how to heal and how to move through and how to notice through narcissistic relationships. And she's like, everyone's doing that. Like nobody else wants to really hear about narcissists. Like do something else. There's like 1,000 people already doing that. But it's like, actually, like it doesn't matter who else is doing something, right? Like your real friend isn't going to tell you like, oh, everybody else is like, there's a ton of people that do fashion design, and the fashion industry is like killing the planet, therefore you shouldn't like launch your fashion line that you've been sitting on for years, that's like your life's work, even though it's sustainable and it's going to change the whole way the fashion industry is working. Like whatever, it's just clothes, like just fucking sell your samples and move on and like use it to survive. And I'm just like, fuck you, you fucking fucks. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool, fuck you, I'm out. Right? Because your friends aren't going to say, oh, well, you're acting mentally unstable. Your friend is going to say, girl, what's up? You need to talk? Do you need a therapy session? Like, what are you going to be? Like, what do you need? Like, they're not going to beat you down. They're not going to belittle, they're not going to attack, they're not going to do all of that. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, friends are jealous. Friends are jealous. I don't know anybody anything. Thank you very much. And don't call me baby. I will block you. That's your first and last warning. I had some dude doing that shit last night. And this is my work. If you're coming here because you're interested to talk to me or to hang out or to date me, you can go to the information box below and message me like a regular fucking human personally, not in a collective forum. Otherwise, like I have no interest because you have no respect for my work and my job. So anyways, hey Maxwell, I haven't seen you forever. I am doing great. Thank you. My gorgeous scarf. My friend gave me this. I love it. Silk scarves are amazing. Uh, Hardco, you're so truthful, Ma, and I appreciate you for your time. Thank you, love. Thank you, love. I appreciate your time and your effort and your energy. Heidi, friends get jealous. And this is a thing, right? Especially if friends know, right? Like, especially if they're privy to a larger thing, like they're like, oh, they're about to marry this really beautiful, talented person, or they're about to marry this really rich person, or they're going to get this, and I don't want, like, they don't deserve that because maybe they want that person, or maybe they want that job, or maybe they want that villa, or maybe you know what I'm saying? So it's like your friend, like the people that are on your team are going to support you and not fucking fake ass, half ass support you, because a lot of friends will be like, yeah, 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 yeah. And your guys are going to get like whatever you're about to do, like I said, is about to go. Yes, crabs in a crate. Exactly. Crabs in a bucket theory. Whatever you're going to do, you worked hard and you took the beating and you took it and you took it and you took it. And you guys are about to fucking step into this thing. And you're literally, it's like, it's about to go, you're about to go viral. You may already be viral. Some of you guys, it's like, maybe the person you're about to connect with, right? That's coming back could be high profile, or maybe this new partner that comes in is high profile, or maybe your guys is connect. It's like maybe a bunch of people know about it, and you're like, fuck this bitch, she don't deserve it, or fuck this dude, he don't deserve it. Like, and the reality is if you didn't deserve it, the universe wouldn't be granting it to you. They're just haters because they don't understand the fucking time and time and time and time that everybody that collective is put in, that the hard work that you guys have put in, that every time that the divine has said, nah, cut this person off, or you're going to have to lose that, or you're going to have to lose everything, you're going to have to start over, don't worry, like, we got you. Every time that you experience one of those things, none of these people fucking know, none of them experience that. They didn't have to lose shit in order to gain the thing. And sometimes our blessings take longer to get to us because they're much more elaborate due to our devotion, right? And like that's what they want. Like they thought I was gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna go cry and beg and blah 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 blah. Like, bitch, bro, I've been traveling around the world and like on a dream, right? They're like, oh, this is the girl that lives inside the dream. And I'm like, whatever, bro. Like you can live inside the nightmare and I'll live inside the dream and I'll keep praying and tuning in, and that's why people are like, it's against God's will to talk to spirits. Like, no, bro, God is a spirit and God is talking to me. Like, who do you pray to? Are you just praying to thin air, or what do you think? God is not in physical form, you dipshits. Like, they don't think about what they say before they say it, but it's funny, right? Like, it's so fucking funny. People are hilarious. But yeah, friends get jealous. Um, James, you're an Aries. Well, Aries get angry. They get super jealous. Heidi, oh, please, you're a fabulous designer. I know. But do you know what I'm saying? Like some people, like, you know how many people have stolen my designs over time and then try to make me look like a piece of shit because they stole my shit? They like, if you're going to steal my shit and reproduce it, like, at least fucking pay me full price for it, dick. Like, don't like, and that's what these people are doing is they're just like, we ain't even going to pay for it. We're going to steal it. And then we're going to turn around and make it look like you stole it from us. How's that? How's that fucking grab you? See, the funny thing is what they don't realize is like actually all these things that I shot like years ago, um, before my accident, So before, like, my accident was in the beginning of 2023, right? And I lost a lot of that, but my other friend has a lot of those pictures. So guess what? Because their time and date stamp copywritten, so don't copy me, bitch. I'm gonna sue you. Sue me, sue me, sue me. Yeah, I'm gonna sue you. Don't worry. Um, but yeah, that's the reality, and that's why they can't. Thank you for your compliment, Steve. They can't handle it, right? Because they don't have the ability. They don't have the conceptualization. They're not creation. They're evil entities. They're dark. They're for dark order. They're for evil entities. So they can only copycat. They can only imitate. Often imitated, never duplicated. They can replicate, they can imitate, they can attempt to duplicate, but they're never going to be the original and they cannot create. So they have to take other people's shit to, it's vampiric in nature, just like vampires, right? They have to do the blood sacrifice. And that's what these sick fucks are doing by killing people. They have to keep giving the blood sacrifice, fucking dark demons or whatever that they fucking woke up. And that's just coming back to get them. Maxwell, where are you from, Maxwell? I forget. You're from like the East Coast or something, right? I can't remember. I love to catch a live with you. Radiant energy and good advice. Don't let naysayers bring you down. I don't let anybody bring me down unless I like the elevator or the escalator. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe if you were like on the dance floor, like, take it down. But no, motherfuckers ain't gonna bring me down. Like, that's the thing. And they're angry, right? because it's not just me, right? The micro and the macro. So like collective is just like boom, boom, boom. You know, it's like when you unlock that matrix code, right? Like remember in the Matrix when Neo like when he was like, ah, like all these bullets are coming in, it's like, you got this. And he fucking like he had this like point of realization. And at that point he was in like and whatever they shot at him, he was like even in fucking slow mo. That's exactly what's happening. Every bit of magic, every bullshit, every spell, every whatever. Like I told you last year, someone tried to shoot me. They tried to fucking like this, and that fucking gun exploded on them, exploded back on them because I put a spell out to any of the different ways that they can off me. And I just like thought about all the different ways that they could off me because I already, they were trying to fucking strangle me. They're trying to give me an aneurysm. They poisoned me multiple times. They dosed me out trying to make me go fucking psycho. They try to get me to jump off the cliff like the other homie, Solomon, whatever, in Ulua too. They try to get me in many accidents, but I'm a race car driver. Zoe was a race car driver. She drove some goddamn fast. That's right. Damn. Yeah, crabs in the crate. And that's what it is. It's like these people are like, if I can't have it, then you can't either. And that is like psychopathy in its full effect. And how do I know that? Because I've had lots of exes and that's how they are. It's like they cannot just be happy. Like they say, well, I love you and I wish you well. But really, like they go into this fucking psychotic state, psychopathy, right? They go into this level of psychopathy where it's like, if I can't have you, then no one can. And they'll literally kill you instead of just let you be. That's why everybody's like, well, you should just let all these people be and don't prosecute and blah, blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's above me already. I don't even have to do it because, like, that's how divinely orchestrated this shit is. It's already getting done already, right? Because I just give the word. I don't have to do shit myself. It's not my business. I have to get my hands dirty. Look at this, bitches. These are clean. Hmm? So, anyways, yeah, the collective unconsciousness. That's right. That's right. I like that. That's hilarious, Steve. But you're right. You're right. That shit's fucking funny. Um, hello, hi, Miss Hunter. Uh, what house is my son in? I'm a triple Scorpio. You ain't got no time. I ain't got no time. Ain't nobody got no timelines for that. Like you want to try to manipulate and lie to a triple fucking Scorpio, bro. No, no. And my moon is in Virgo, so like the Virgo is very like they need all the receipts. They collect all the receipts. They're like the collector. Scorpio's the investigatory, right? My rising is Gemini. So the Gemini is like, they like to get all the information. Oh, they got to have all the information. Just like the Scorpio, we need to know all the reasons why. And then the Gemini is like, all right, we're gonna talk about this now. We're gonna go deep. And then the Virgo's like, yeah, let me organize. Okay, here's the legalities. Shoop, shoop. So, anyways, yeah, it's a whole thing. And these people that think that they can really like pull one over on collective, it's not working out. It's really not working out. You'll focus on your purpose here, not to come back and follow your heart because you have true stability in your soul where there's love. It's a hard path, but you won't trade it. Proud of anyone dealing it. Um, to not come back to this planet again, to not reincarnate, or I don't understand. Um, elaborate a little bit on that. But this is what we all are doing, right? Like as long as we can, when we can connect with the love within ourselves, right? When we go in and we do the love and we have the love within, there's not a lot that can fuck with us on the outside, right? Like People try to do that all the time. I'm like, bro, you have no idea what I've been through. You think doing something at a party that I never cared to go to is gonna bother me? You think it's gonna come back to me? I don't give a fuck. I don't talk to anybody. I don't give a fuck. Like that's how you guys are all going through all this effort and energy, and like you ain't never gonna see me again. And that's why, like a Scorpio's cutoff game is fucking strong. Thank you for handing me the scissors. Snip, snip, bitch. A Scorpio will cut a motherfucker off real quick. Um, yeah, I'm proud of anybody that's actually doing it too, because you have to follow your heart. Um, what are you talking about? You to not come back. Your purpose here to not come back and follow your heart because you have true stability in your soul where there's love. It's a hard path, but you wouldn't trade it. Are you saying that you're not going to follow your heart? Elaborate, Maxwell, because I'm interested and I want to understand more. Um, Are you saying that you don't want to come back to this planet? Are you saying you don't want to go back to somebody? You don't want to follow your heart by going back to somebody? Or are you saying that following your heart, like finding the love in your soul and following your heart? Because really, you have to follow your heart. But you have to know also that sometimes in the process of following your heart, you have to know sometimes when we're getting stuck and we think that something is our heart when it's really our emotion. So know the difference, because if it remains and remains and remains in your heart and it stays in this loving, happy space, right? Then that's something that you're following your heart for because it's bringing you joy. Because when you think about it, it's not bringing you pain. Maybe it's bringing you sadness because there's something that's missing. You feel it, but you feel complete, right? Um, because you're experiencing that love. And once you get to that spot of regardless, whatever comes or goes, whoever comes or goes, or whatever happens, or wherever you come or go to, like home is where the heart is, right? And so that's wherever you go. Wherever you go, there you are. Like that's the reality though. Um, that's been like that. But yeah, you can relocate. Um, Rocky Mountain High. Nothing's the same after that yellow elevator. What? I should have. Uh, Careful, there's a fine line between psychic and psychotic. Well, the thing is so I made a nice like agreement with the guides, right? Because I channel many. Sometimes I channel the aliens and the angels and the ancient deities and the ancestors, right? And then there's also all of these dead people that are stuck in between, that want me to be this like psychic detective and help like free them, right? Because the truth will set you free. That's even after this life, the truth is always the closest thing to divinity. The closest thing to setting you free is the truth, is the actual truth. Um, but what I made an agreement with them, and in the agreement, I basically told them I didn't feel safe to do, I didn't feel good to do trans channeling. I wanted to be able to remain in my body. I didn't want them to come take over my body because when that happened, it would sometimes become very uncomfortable. I would be potentially open to it in the future with the right people and the right situations, but I prefer that we can come upon some type of agreement. And I'm not a trance channel, and because they're coming through my vessel, I get to maintain my presence along with it. Now, just to be clear, when doing trance channeling, right? When you like kind of in a little bit of a trance and like you're there, but they're like speaking through you. Maybe they're speaking ancient dialects or something like this, right? Like I had the same thing happen when I was channeling from Lyra, from the planet Lyra. Like, that's when I got a lot of this information and like how this past partner, I was like doing the same thing again. And I was like, God damn it, It's just like, you're the reason that the whole planet was exploded. He's like, but I didn't do it. I'm not the one that blew up the planet. It's like, yeah, but you knew by making that choice that that's what they were going to do. It's like what I was showing you before, the ten of swords. Like you still made the action because you were more selfish about your own gain or your own pleasure or your own your own whatever you wanted, that you were willing to risk an entire planet's fucking like an entire civilization for it. That's why he got fucking sent. That's why he got sentenced to the fucking solar sun for fucking so long. Because, divine. The divine is intervention. So yeah, that's why I told them. I said I don't want to be looking like I have what's it called? Schizophrenic. I was like, I don't want to be looking schizophrenic, and I don't want to be channeling because it's really hard on my body and stuff like this, because they don't really know how to be in this body. I know how to be in this body, and I know how to communicate with you guys. So if we could figure out a way where you guys can, you guys can sit on the panel and you can channel stuff through me, and that's great. But I don't want, until I'm in a safe space where I can feel good about separating out of my body. But when I'm doing that, even though they're coming through, I'm still awake and present. So I'm still aware of what they're saying and what's going on. I'm very aware. It's just I cannot interrupt. I don't know how else to say it. Like, I cannot interrupt the feed or the channel. And it's not that I want to interrupt all the time, but if they want me to be the messenger, then when they give me the messages, I need to be able to translate them correctly and that's why they choose me, right? Because maybe I have a different type of vast audience. Different people have very specific audiences. Like I deal with everybody, right? I'm not non-discriminatory. Anybody that actually wants to learn something and that wants to grow, like awesome, right? If you want to hurt other people and ruin other people's shit, like that's a whole nother story. Let's not go there. But so yeah, I made a deal with them because I was like, don't ever make me out to, have to go for them to try to put me in a mental institution or to look like in this way. And so we had a concurrence, we had an agreement. So I get to stay very, very present and very in control, but I'm constantly receiving. This girl the other day was like, just shut it off. And I was like, why the fuck would I shut it off? And she's like, well, just go out and just be with some people that you really care about and ground down and, just stop talking to all the angels and all the spirits and stuff. And I was like, absolutely fucking not, because these are the only people that have been here for me my whole life. I've never had a support system. I've never had people that other than myself. I've had bits and pieces here and there that have showed up, people that have been gracious for sure, that have helped me along my way in my journey, that have cared for me and brought me in and helped me. But like, no. And so we're here and we're rebuilding the structure of what an embodied divine feminine, embodied divine masculine, and a new embodied, like a family unit, relational, everything. We're changing everything. Like, look at the state of the world. Like, everybody wants that matriarchy meow, right? Like, everybody's like, wait a second. Even the men are like, wait, patriarchy's been also fucking us up. And now all the women hate us because the patriarchy fucking trained us to be like this. And it's like, well, the women don't hate you. They just want you to do the same work that we've had to do while being treated like dog shit all this time. You know, no big deal. Um, but there can be a fine line. You look so Selma and Louise. What did you do a return to sender? Um, I did a lot of return to senders for sure to a lot of these people. Most of the time, the return to senders I only do for heavier magic, and the reason why is because I'm a very strong generator, and because I'm like a very primordial blueprint. So I have and the empaths are really able to transmute. We can transmute a lot of this energy, but what they tuned me into last year, what they showed me, and this is the reason why I haven't been also creating art. Like I'll write a bunch of music and stuff like this, like I'll sing for fun, but I'm not doing it. I'm not letting all of that like maybe every other time I've had trauma and everything that's happened, like I've just made art or I've just made music or I've just created something or I just built something else. And the reality is is that's great. But the thing is you're transmuting their trash energy into something else. And you're not actually going within because you're just taking their karma and their energy. And so you're like, oh, I did all that work. And you feel like, fuck, I did all of that work. But actually, you didn't do all that work. You did all the work clearing their fucking karma. And now they get your, and you're like, wait a second. You fucked me over. Then you took my fucking designs. Then you did this. Then you took credit like it was fucking yours. And then you started a company as even though you've never made fashion in your life and say, oh, I've been doing this forever. Like, suck a dick, bro. What? What? Because you're busy transmuting their fucking trauma and their karma that they fucking piled on you. So I decided at the end of last year, I'm not making any more art until I am in a soft space. I'm not transmuting anybody else's trash ass fucking energy ever again. I will simply go in and I will do my shit. And anybody that has any dark stuff, so if they start sending death spells or spells to block my throat chakra or shut up spells or fucking graveyard, whatever, all these darker like Luciferian satanic fucking ritual shit, blood ritual, sacrifice, whatever, working with hairs and nails and teeth and trying to like weird shit. Um, like I'm not going to do them the privilege of transmuting their shit ever again anymore. I rebuke and revoke transmuting anybody else's karma or trauma from this point forward. So mote it be. I cancel any previous contracts that were made in an unconscious state that are no longer here to serve me in my highest vibrational frequency and my highest timeline possible in my future and moving forward. I rebuke, remove, eradicate, and return to sender. So mote it be. So things like that, those are what I return to sender. The death spells, the black magic, the weird shit. I return that to sender because I don't need to transmute that. Now, people are just doing weird shit like they're trying to do like little binding spells or they're trying to do like little dumb rituals, kitchen witch shit, like putting your name in the freezer or trying to speak your name or writing it on candle magic, dumb shit. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's all dumb. Like it's valid, right? It's magic, but you don't understand. There's a repercussion. There's karmic balance to all of that. So any of that stuff, I transmute. I ask the guides to help transmute into health, wealth, abundance, and love for me. When people, that's why I say at the beginning, people that speak, right, use my name, any harm or ill will or ill intent against my name or my collective, like we transmute that 7 to 10-fold. And it returns to us in the form of health, wealth, abundance, or love. So mote it be. That's what I do because I don't need to transmute. For a long time, all of the artists have felt like there has to be pain, there has to be struggle. We have to be in a state of survival to make good art. And that's absolutely inaccurate. Like, yes, there is some good depth art that comes from those emotions, expressing those emotions. And is it okay to transmute that way? Absolutely. One hundo, like chaos magic is absolutely the best for making art, for creating. So when they send chaos magic or all this shit going on, like that's the best time. Psh, make art. But I decided the guides gave me the download. They said, stop fucking transmuting because you're clearing all of their karmic energy, all of their traumatic energy. And then yours isn't done. You go within, you deal with yours, they deal with theirs. Stop transmuting other people's shit. And when people hurt you, stop turning it into something fucking beautiful, even though, yes, that is valid to some extent. Turn yourself into something more beautiful. Turn yourself into something more powerful. Be more gentle or more soft with yourself. So, yeah, even though I could be like creating beautiful things, like I am my most beautiful work of art, and I will create myself to be in a safe, secure, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually environment. If that means that I spend 90 days, that means that I spent 3 months resting to let my nervous system fucking stop being in overload, then that's what it is. I don't need to transmute it. I don't need to create something to transmute their trash ass shit they're throwing at me. You understand? So you should do it out of a space because you feel inspired or because you're feeling some type of way, not to get back, because when you do that, you're still using their energy, and again, their energy from their shit is now transmuting through your works. And so that's why I haven't shared or released much at all. That's why I haven't even opened up my stuff to share more with you guys, because it's not my path right now. The guides say go within, boom 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 boom, and that's why they're mad. And they think, because they think they're doing these like solar plexus spells and stuff to keep me from creating, and the things to keep me from speaking. But no, like, I'm creating a whole network of people. I'm creating a whole world of awake people. I'm creating a matriarchal society. I'm creating a beautiful new era, a new earth where people remember that we're all human beings, where we care for each other, where we want everybody, like, I want everybody to win. That's the thing, is like, there's not going to be competition. Like, first of all, you can't compete with me, because most likely I'll fucking nail it. I've been here since the end of the first root race, bro. Like, on this planet, like, I probably know how to do most things better than most people, but it's neither here nor there. I'm not in it to compete. I want everybody to win, and that's the difference. Is people that are willing to step on other people's head to achieve something, they are ran by demonic forces. So if you catch yourself doing that, fucking, you know, get your get your shit back in line. Um, you don't want to live in a world minus love. No, we're not going to. Fourth and fifth density. Fourth density is unity, it's collective consciousness, right? Fourth density is love consciousness, collective unity consciousness. That's where telepathy and stuff up, which means we're not going to lie, we're not going to cheat, we're not going to be deceitful, we're not going to steal, we're not going to hide things, because we're going to be able to sense it. Hello, telepathy. We can't bring liars and thieves and false people like that into the higher levels. So love is all. Love is all you got. Love is all there is. Love is the most powerful force. And that's why they want to keep this union from happening, this divine masculine and divine feminine. And there's many of them collectively that are coming into play. And whether it is twin flame union or not, it doesn't matter. It's about this divine union. If you go back, I'll talk about it on another feed, because it's late now. I don't think that there's sidereal tarot, but astrology. There's different sidereal or Western, or what's called tropical astrology. Um, and I look at both. I definitely look at both. Uh, because the interesting thing is, like, in sidereal, right? Like, I'm on the end of Libra, so I'm like the cosmic the cosmic justice, right? The scales. And that makes a lot of sense. But also, I have so much in Scorpio that in Western or tropical astrology, the Scorpio is more about the transformation. And like, that's what my whole life is: death and rebirth, the death and rebirth, the death and rebirth, the death and rebirth. And so I think I like fulfilled those missions. And now I'm on this, now we're balancing the scales. You understand? So we're stepping into different things. Um, what I do believe is that we should be on uh, 13 13-month lunar calendar. My lips said the Scorpio's kiss of death can be orchestrated by God, love, and world, elevation, resurrection. Yeah, girl. I had them all out here yesterday. I called on my, oh, look at, here's Raphael. And here's Metatron. Guys, call out all the archangels. They out here. They out here for us. Thiel, the queen of the angels, Mary. Yeah, you can call upon all of them, for the protection. That's why I especially call. What's funny is I really demanded that Archangel Michael fucking wreak havoc on these people if they fuck with me, and then not long after, we haven't had any problem with the feed anymore. That's interesting, right? Or is it? um, Dreaming love, peace to all. 1:11 a.m. 21:21. Yeah, I saw that. It is actually 12:02 here. So I gotta get up. Do not repeat the cycle. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we don't want to repeat the cycle. And so that's what some of us, what you into it's the most important thing is to follow the true path. Always, oh yeah, always follow your heart. Um, yeah, so that's the thing, right? So for some of us we felt like this twin flame connection or this journey or whatever, doesn't mean that we all come into physical union with that exact person. Many of us will, but not all of us, right? It's not all meant to be. It's just about waking up the collective unconscious. And sometimes like the other person, excuse me, there is free will, and sometimes the other person already made another decision. Maybe they decided to be gay, or maybe they decided to marry somebody else, or maybe you don't know, right? Like that for me, I'm like, okay, that would be probably like the only thing, right? Is like maybe you're not into women, or maybe you're already with somebody else, or you're not into strong women. Maybe they're just more low frequency. Maybe they're just super misogynistic, and like that. That's obviously not going to mix with me, and that's your choice to remain in that space or whatever, right? I'm just giving that as an example, but the reality is some of us that have been here that are much older souls, we feel that. I feel that, Maxwell. And I'm like, this is kind of like my last incarnation here. I've been here since the beginning of time, literally. And probably since before time was even created, right? For real. That is the reality is it's like I'm not going to repeat this again. And if it means that the person that I was supposed to have the connection with, or coming into this divine union, doesn't happen with that person, then maybe I get it granted from another person, right? Maybe I get another soulmate, or maybe I get another lover, or something else that comes in. And you just have to accept that, right? You have to surrender to the divine, knowing that it is like what is meant to be. If it's meant to be, it'll be, it'll be. Baby, just let it be. Right? That's what I'm hearing this song. I don't even know all the song. It's like country, right? I'm hearing it. It's like super twangy. um Baby, just let it be. So yeah, for many, it's like sometimes we have to stop. When we hyper fixate on something, we can block it, we can hyper fixate on the lack of it there. But what I felt is like the same thing that you're saying, Maxwell, which is like, this is my, like, I'm going to follow my heart, right? I'm going to follow my heart, but I'm also going to follow my divine guidance, because when I don't follow them, I follow my heart, yes, but when I don't follow the guidance that they give me and my heart together, like in alignment, the the heart to head, the heart to crown coherence. Um, when I don't, then it's really whatever, right? Because for a while I was like, oh, well, I'm just gonna follow my eye, like I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna say all this stuff to him, and I'm just gonna whatever. But actually, like maybe he was going through some shit. Maybe it was too overwhelming at that time, and like, or maybe he just like wasn't spiritually awoken when all of that was going on, and I was fucking freaking him out for sure, one hundo. But at some point in time, I have to say my heart is to hold love, is to give love, is to omit love. And so if the only way that I can do it is by sending love, and then by holding it, containing it, being this beautiful container for myself to contain this love, because we can't expect someone else to come in and love us if we don't already love ourselves, right? That's number one. But the thing is when we have these divine unions, it's like, I think that sometimes we get like a little like, oh, well, I have to be better, or they're not going to love them, whatever. And it's like, if that's your person, like they're going to love all your quirks about you. What everybody else maybe mocks you or makes fun of you for, like that person is going to be like, I love that you snort when you laugh or whatever, like, right? Like, I don't do that, but I'm just saying, right? Just fucking throwing it out there. Oh, I love that. I love when like some people are like, oh, like when you wear too much makeup, like you look like a man. Like this person's gonna be like, I love when like have fun. I love when you get colorful, right? Like some people were like, I don't like all the color. I don't like the blue, or I don't like the purple mascara. I don't like, can't you just do black? Like, why do you have colored eyebrows? Like the person is going to be like, I love your color. It brings light into my life, you know? And this is the reality, but I feel this, Maxwell. Come back. I'm like ADHD and I'm getting tired. But I feel this so much because it's like I don't want to come back to this. I don't want to come back to this realm. Either we're going to fourth density or this is my last incarnation. Regardless, like I'm elevating, and if the other people didn't do the work, like I'm not going to stay in this hellscape with you because I've done it for fucking eons and I'm not going to do it again. I refuse. As divine feminine incarnate, I refuse to stay in this third density hellscape any longer, waiting for any masculine to get their shit together. Like, so mote it be. I want to elevate. And if your partner is supposed to be someone that helps you become the best version of yourself. They're supposed to help you elevate. They're supposed to push you. Like if you have a shitty partner, they're going to let you be the same. They're never going to bother you. They're going to let you do the dumb shit that you do. No, that's just how they are. Like, I'm sorry, but every couple that I know that did that when they were young is having a miserable partnership when they're old and they're fucking lying and they're with other people behind other, no, no, not today, Satan. Thanks. Thanks, but not today. You are very welcome for your advice, deeper universal love, and that soul juice. Yes, of course. Um, you're between awake and asleep. Yeah, I feel that. Yes, scissors cut off all accolade to negativity meant for your children or innocence. Your ancestors are very strong in fighting. Yeah, yeah. My ancestors are very strong, and the guides are very, and your ancestors are very strong. And um, describing reality in Pig Latin. Well, um, how many times does that happen? How many times? I don't understand, Heidi. I'm sorry. How many times does it happen? A lot. Whatever it is, it's happened over and over and over again. I guarantee you that much. Your essence shines right through your meat suit. Yes, it does. You can see it, and it is phenomenal. Thank you. What a lovely comment. Thank you, Steve. You dropping some nice. Jack and Jill went up the hill. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Jack fell down and broke his crown. The crown is where it's not just the crown. The crown is your connection to source. That's your Bluetooth connect. That is your crown. So actually, that's really interesting. They went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after because she was like, wait. She wanted to save him. It's the same thing. It's the same reason why Sophia left the garden, because she said, I'm going to go down and I'm going to save the children. Fuck this shit. I'm not going to be subservient. You don't want to let me be on top when we're equals? I'm out. Peace. Um, Jesus Christ is not your Lord. Jesus was an ascended master. He doesn't like to lord over people. Nobody likes to lord over people. That is something that the patriarchy writ into the scriptures, and it's something that you should quickly learn to eliminate from your vocabulary. Jesus is not a God, and he was not a savior. He did not die for your sins. You incarnated in this meat suit to die for your own sins. Stop trying to make That motherfucker, because he was a high level Heoka empath and ascended master, stop trying to pin your sins on him. He was a prophet. He did not choose to die for your sins. He chose to be birthed into this life to die for his own sins. All the sins that he created, the sins of the world is not the sins of everybody. It's we're collectively, we're on a collective conscious, so we understand, like, for instance, right now, because we're switching from patriarchy to matriarchy, right? The collective conscious of the masculine is having to take up the sins and all of the bullshit from all of the previous masculine, and they're having to step in, right? And they're having to deal with that. Now, what they're the reality is they need to just sit in it. They need to sit and feel it. They need to sit in all of the trauma that they've inflicted. They need, whether it was them physically or not, it doesn't matter. They're incarnate as masculine and they're here to heal that wound, just like we're incarnate as feminine and we're here to reseat our positions where we belong. In unity. 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 Christ is a consciousness. And so it's about reactivating the Christ consciousness. So either so right now we're awakening, or the Christ conscious, we're activating and we're operating in this level of Christ consciousness. Okay. It's not about praying like Jesus is not coming back. He's so disgusted by people using the cross and trying to put off all their sins on him instead of fucking taking their own shit. Like, it's dumb. He don't want to come back. Until you guys get rid of all the crosses and the false idols, he was a man. You guys are worshiping a man, and you created a cross, which is a false idol that you worship, from them slaughtering him from being a prophet and them not wanting the information to get out to people because he was teaching people how to heal themselves. Learn you some knowledge. Doesn't all come from the Bible, because that book was rewritten by Constantine and King James to keep you in fear, to be able to collect money and your life force energy. But we're switching. We're moving out of that. That's why we're moving into a matriarchal state. So yeah, all of it is part of it. Your art is your lifetime, but yes, you agree, not taking on other shit anymore. Yes, my art is my lifetime. I am my art piece. You want to express radiant love through your art and your pain when needed. Yes, I'm on that same note, but having to process years of, it's like I was by myself for like a lot of years, right? I even had a really amazing lover. Shout out, sending all the love to you, Forrest. Fuck you, I love you. But he was really, really supportive of me. But like, he was so in love with me after I was so fucking traumatized from all this shit that I was just like, I can't have you be my partner because I'm going to be angry. Like, I can't have you in that position because I can't be, because I'm afraid to even be a partner, because I'm afraid, because I've had fucking a psychopath and a sociopath, and I've had some weird shit go on, and so I just need some time to get with myself. Doesn't mean that like we can't, be lovers or whatever. Okay, yeah. And at that point, yeah. But he was there for me through so much. I mean, even many times he was like, "I'm gonna take you to drive you up to that dude's house, and if he doesn't want you, like, you can fucking come home with me because he's a fucking idiot who couldn't love you. You're too amazing." And anyways, he was really awesome, but it's like I could never be. And then I was like, okay. And then I spent like 6 years on my boat, and then I've been out here for 6, almost 7 years, and just really doing all of this healing work. And a large portion of it, well, it's been almost a year since I kicked out my ex in June of last year. So it's been just about a year, right? We're in May, right? So one more month, and it will be a year. But before that, I spent 2 years with this person who I knew for 5 years, who I have a very strong connection with, like spiritually. And all of that was just like an accident. They were distracting. They were distracting from the union that was supposed to come into play. And the thing is and they planned all of this, right? They planned all of it. He had had a similar tragedy that I had, like, to where I had, where his ex had come at him with a fucking knife and tried to murder him with a knife and was just losing their mind, right? Because they were just being driven by higher forces. When they get too intoxicated, they can body snatch and do crazy shit. And so in that process, my friend was like, he's really sick. He needs your help. We don't know anybody else that can help him. And yeah, so I thought like, okay, we're gonna help each other, right? We're gonna help each other because he needed someone. He didn't have any money. He didn't have anything. He didn't have fucking gas. He didn't have fucking food. He didn't have water. He didn't have like it was bad. He didn't have fucking Wi-Fi or internet. Like all the food was like rotten in the fridge. He was not doing good. He was not in a good state, not in a good way. And of course, like, okay, you have a couple extra rooms, like, okay, I need to rent a room. And like, okay, it would be better for me, like after all this crazy shit happened, it would be better for me not to be alone. And so when my friends are like, go over there, please, 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 nobody else will listen. I mean, he won't listen to anybody else. I was like, okay, I initially went there as a friend, as a caring friend. Like this person was my family. This person was one of the only people that checked in on me every week after the accident. He's the only person that I think maybe the only physical person that actually came down to my villa to physically ask me if I needed anything and to actually physically check on me. Right? I know hundreds of people on this island. That's why I fucking deleted most of them because fuck motherfuckers. Like I know, like I forgive like the couple people that I know work full time because I know they didn't have the capacity because I know that they're constantly working, but everybody else is on fucking island time and they got no fucking excuses. They're just fucking selfish. Or they're part of this whole fucking crime syndicate that is trying to take me out for my shit. Also, never know. Or do you? So, anyways, the reality is that that got me caught up a lot, but I got stuck like, what the fuck? Like in the first 6 or 7 months, I was like, no, I've done this before. I don't want to repeat this cycle. I know what this is. This is like whatever. This is narcissistic, but it was psychopathy, right? And the it's a little bit different because they have the ability to mirror or reflect, so they copy what you do. So when you're giving love and care, like they're also giving it back. And so I'm like, really, after all this time that I spent doing all this healing work and all this stuff, how the fuck did I end up with another fucking narcissistic psychopathy based fucking person? I don't understand. How is that even possible? Because I spent a lot of time by myself to do the inner work. And I was like, is this possible? But that's what they want to do. It was all fucking scheduled. It was all planned. They're just trying to re-traumatize to keep you stuck, to keep you in that chaos. And so for a while, yeah, I was like making stuff and doing that. And then they just stopped. They're just like, do not transmute any more of these trash ass energy. It's not your energy. You already did that work. And my friends just kept telling me, no, 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 you got to stay there. You haven't been in a relationship for a really long time. Like, don't just leave. That's your go-to is you just fucking split. Like, you can't just split. You need to fucking like work it out, stay through it. Like, you're just healing. You're just learning. You're just reprogramming what love and kindness and relationships are like because you never really experienced that on a healthy note in a non-traumatic space or state. And so I was like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe I'm doing that. And so that's why I stayed. People kept telling me, "Well, you're by yourself, and you're this and that, and you can use the help." And so I kept thinking like I was getting more sick, but really like it was fucking poisoning me slowly with stuff that was making me sick, that was causing my nervous system to fucking go into shock, to where he gave me a fucking stroke. I lost half bodily function, pissed and shit on myself. And I thought I was just getting really sick. That's why I ended up going to get all the brain scans done and all of them done. Because I wanted to see, am I going crazy? What's going on? I was freaking out. Yeah, because they was giving me fucking medication that I had adverse effects to, that my parents were sending him for fucking money to try to fucking off me, to try to make me lose my shit, to try to keep their power of attorney or to try to keep the inheritance or whatever the fuck they wanted. Obviously money, because I don't know who the fuck would have this much money to pay all these fucking people if there wasn't a lot fucking sitting there, straight up. So they all gonna fucking pay it back. I don't give a fuck if you spend it all. I'll take it out your ass. I'll take your car. We'll sell all your shit. We'll sell your shoes. We'll sell your clothes. We'll sell your house. We'll sell your car. I don't give a fuck. You got kids that need a house. How does that feel? Because you didn't give a fuck when this kid didn't have a house their whole life. I never had a key except for to my grandfather's house in my whole life to be able to get in and out of my own house because I never had my own fucking place or a safe place. I just sit outside or figure out ways to sneak in. Like, what? Why can you not leave if your kids come home before you hours and hours? Why can you not give them a key to be able to feed themselves and go inside? That's weird, bro. That's weird. I mean, of course, like born in the 80s, but like it's fucking weird. It's weird. Um, but yeah, but you don't need to transmute. There was a long time where pain had to be transmuted through art and different stuff, and it doesn't have to be. But we can write about it. But I made a very strong stance that I'm not going to. Okay, so they always say date an artist because that's how you become unforgettable. That's how you become legendary, right? Legends never die. So when you date or fall in love with an artist and they create this beautiful art, especially of you or from situation of you, you become that person now becomes the legend. And I said, fuck that. I am the legend. I am the legend. Bitch, I'll fuck you up. Like I am the legend. You don't get to be the story. His story repeats itself and it hasn't been doing too good. Her story repairs itself. And that's what I'm doing. I don't need to keep working to do that. But now, if I do want to create art because it's evoking a sad emotion or a happy emotion, like you're saying, like, yeah, totally, totally, totally. You rebuke all negativity, back to cinder, death spell, speak lifetime, victory. God, yeah, yeah. Do everything to God. Jesus was a man. I have no queries with Jesus. He was an ascended master, just like me, a prophet, trying to teach people, trying to share information with people. But he was not a lord. He would never lord over people. He was equal. It didn't matter if they were homeless or whatever they were. Remember, he was treated everybody the same. So he definitely would not want to be called lord. To lord is to lord over. That's ownership of. That is a patriarchal structure. You consider the Most High God all you want. Send it to God all you want. But Jesus was a man. That's sacrilegious. People go through great lengths to absolve themselves of care. I think that it's just a part of our program, right? I think it's a lot part of our program, and we're all just kind of stuck with it, right? Sidereal is the observance of actual current position in the cosmos, opposed to splitting evenly in 12 neat packets. That is a very eloquent way to deliver that. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Twin flames can't join until the veil has fallen. Many of them are already coming in. The veil has already fallen, but if they're choosing to stay in the cloudy space, if they're choosing to let all of the other shit, like the doubts and the negativity and the low version or image of self or unworthy, that is what's keeping the veil or the illusion, keeping them stuck in the illusion. So for me, I'm not in the illusion. I'm far out of the illusion, but I have been told by the guides several times, chill out because you leveled up like you took a speed elevator to the top. You know what I'm saying? And so masculine wasn't really ready for that. And sometimes we can elevate so high so fast that these other people can't catch up with us because they weren't really ready. Mustard cannot catch up. Mustard. um, Sometimes in this life, twin flame is just really the fiery lesson. Well, like I was telling people before, there's less, it's like less than 1 to 3%. So imagine if there's 144, imagine if there's 144,000 of chosen ones, and the actual twin flames are within that amount, and it's maybe 1 to 3%. Really think of what the actual number is. Should we look it up? Because many people are like, I'm going through a twin flame journey. No, the majority of people, 98% of people are not going through a twin flame journey. There's literally less than, it's small. It's small. So let's say we have 144, oops, too many fours, 144,000. Um, what did you do? Let's say minus 3%, 4,320. So out of eight, out of 8 million people on this planet, maybe like 3 to 5,000 in total are going to be twin flames. And then if you even break it down more than that, you're going to say about 2,100 because the twin flame, because there's the feminine and the masculine. So there's maybe 2,000. Let's just say, just for shits and giggles, right? Let's just say there's like 21, 22. Let's just say 22, right? Because that's a partner number. 2,200 divine feminine, 2,200 divine masculine. That's not very many. And many people think that they're experiencing that when they're not actually experiencing that. The twin flame union is very specific for really, really, really ancient souls that chose to, that it's like their divine mission this lifetime. But you're right, as long as there is some type of veil or what's it called? Not distraction, distortion. As long as you're a concurrent or agreeant to the distortion in the field, then you're not going to come into the union. And really, it is about lessons. The divine union is really mostly about becoming the best version of self. It's about balancing the masculine and feminine within yourself, finding the balance within yourself. It's not about you guys coming together. If you've completed the mission, this is your mission if you choose to complete it. If you've completed the mission, then you will receive a divine counterpart. Whether it is the actual divine masculine or divine feminine that you started the mission with depends on what spiritual level you're on, right? You don't always receive that same person, but if you did the work and they didn't do the work, then you're going to be met with somebody else who did the work because that's the vibrational frequency that you're at. It's you're not going to have to, like, that's what I'm saying is like feminine is not going to fall down the hill again. She's not going to stay in the hellscape if masculine doesn't want to do the work. And if masculine still hasn't done the work and they're like, oh, maybe 3 to 5 more years, feminine's like, no, bro, like I need to come into this union, right? And I need a certain amount of time of courting and healing and being clean before being impregnated to birth this new, to be the doula to the new earth, literally, physically, on many levels. And so if it's going to take masculine this much longer, then that's not the, then you're on different timelines. Then that's not your masculine, right? It's just that simple. It's fucking, it's math. It's not even fucking science, right? 1 + 1 = 3, right? One masculine and one feminine. This is the divine trinity. They come together to create, to birth. And that's what it needs to be. These two super high vibrational frequency souls that are acting and that are brought together out of this fiery state of love, of passion, of of raising the love consciousness level on the planet. And from that ultimate love and that connection births, like whether they physically birth a baby, they're birthing this whole new reality. And all the war stops and all of the fucking pedophiles go to prison. Like all that has to actually happen is for the divine union to come into play. So all that takes is for actually at this point is for masculine to stand up and take the action. Because the state of the world, even now, masculine's not taking accountability for everything masculine has done over the eons. And so, in order for them to really heal that, here's the reality: in order for them to actually heal that wounding, they need to be able to experience and feel to heal, right? So, if we want to heal that wounding for feminine to feel held and to feel safe, not belittled, not manipulated, not treated like a dog or like a breeding ground or like a fucking option or whatever, right? In order for masculine to be able to hold that level of empathy or apathy or compassion for divine feminine, or just in general for the collective, I think the biggest part of it, and this is what happened, this is what's got to happen, right? They actually have to drop their ego, because where the next phase of healing comes into play is in actual relationship, in the intimate relationship. There's so much that we cannot heal in the masculine feminine side of us singularly. It doesn't work. So even though I had like all this crazy shit that happened that I went through in the last relationship and all this stuff, like I'm still grateful because I realized a lot of those things I could never healed if I wasn't in an intimate relationship. So how the divine masculine actually steps, how the full embodiment of the divine masculine steps into place is by saying, by dropping the ego, right? And by coming to feminine and saying, I'm sorry for all of this. And I want to figure out how we can heal it. And I want to be here for you. But I'm still processing the weight of everything that every masculine has ever done. And it's really heavy. But they have to drop their ego to admit that in order for feminine to say, please come here. Let me hold you. Because that nurturing, motherly, the matronly, look at it, gives me so many goosebumps. It's That's how we heal it, because the thing is the masculine has some old wounding from either feminine having more power or belittling them or whatever it is. So in order to heal that truly, it cannot happen separately. It must happen by them coming into union, and that is their last task. Does that make sense? Because it's like masculine hasn't embraced the femininity. Maybe they get over emotional, but they haven't been able to have the space to express that emotion without the judgment or without whatever. Like maybe they're going to therapy, but it's not the same. They need to be held. They need to be able to be held the same as when a child is scared and they run to their parent and they cry and they cry and they cry, and you're like, that's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Everything's going to be okay. I got you. You're protected. Everything's going to be fine. Feminine needs that from masculine. She needs to feel that safety before they can accept masculine again. But in order for masculine to really be able to provide that, they also have to be able to balance out their feminine energy, which means they have to be able to tap these deeper emotions, which means they have to drop the ego. They have to say, just like feminine's like, I need to be soft and gentle. I need to be in receptive mode. Like I need to be cared for instead of caring for everybody else for once. Masculine also needs to say, I do better when I can fix things for people, but they need to be able to step out of that do and step into that. Okay, I also need to take some time. Can we take some time together and nurture each other? Can we just work on on love and healing and feeding and eating, and that's really how the whole thing heals, right? Is it has to come into this relationship, because masculine, it just, it like what they're telling me is it's not gonna hit the same. It's not gonna click the same. I don't know what that, I mean, I know what that means, but like, you're not helping me to deliver the message good, you guys. It's like they can keep doing it, but it's like if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So if you want to make something that has a stronger, longer longevity, sustainability, it means that we're past the point. We're past the meat. We're in Aquarius, right? And in July, the end of June to July is when the North Node switches, right? Yeah, yeah. When the North Node switches into Aquarius. And so that is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. This is where the golden era can start. But in order to actually bring that in, it's probably really pertinent that that the divine union is actually trying to figure out how to work it out, because that's what's bringing in the golden era. Because otherwise, Kali Yuga is going to continue and we're going to stay in this fucking hellscape. So masculine has to, there is no other choice at this point. They have to come and they have to hold that space, and if that means that they have to sit there with divine feminine and say, I need to feel all of this, and I need someone to hold the space for me as I'm processing masculine raping and pillaging and doing all these crazy things to feminine. Like, they're gonna need that reassurance as they're doing the work that feminine is there, not coddling them, but nurturing. Because ultimately, she's the one that helps him understand what nurturing looks like, because that is feminine's job, that is the mother's job, that is the empress' job. They can't learn it. It's been unlearned. Patriarchy has literally deprogrammed it from you guys. So the last veil, or whatever that's blocking the masculine, is simply his own ego. Being able to come to feminine and say, I've done everything I can, and now I love you and I want to protect you and I'm always going to defend you. But can you hold me for like a week so I can fucking cry this shit out, because it's heavy. Even though feminine's been fucking crying it out for eons, it's okay. It's okay. We're all in this together. So we don't need to be tit for tat now, do we? But, you know, we need to be held and safe and protected. And if that means that some type of cohabitation or some type of working together or whatever that is, that's what it is. But the reality is the last phase, the last healing phase doesn't happen by yourself. It happens when you come together. And they're almost making me cry. Like the feelings that it's like, um, it's like feminine is so, it's like, well, masculine is so sad and so alone, and it's like, but they feel like they can't be in the sad state, or like they're being over emotional, and like that's the thing, that's the way of the world that wants to make you feel like you're being too emotional when you're feeling things. And the reality is that's everything that we bypassed. And in order to get this trauma out of the fucking system, you have to feel it. Your body has to let all of that experience, the hurt, the pain, everything, and it has to come up and it has to come out through crying, maybe through puking, through shitting, through whatever type of purges, and it's going to come out. But it's going to be more powerful if being witnessed and held. But masculine has to drop the fucking ego and admit that the whole masculine collective needs to be reprogrammed, needs to be held, needs to be nurtured, because they weren't, and they've been forced to do this, and this, and to come back into their physical beings. So they have to admit, I need space to be held. I need to feel this. and they have to let their ego down. And the only space where they're going to receive that is actually from a divine feminine, because the divine feminine is not going to judge them. Now, when they're with some Jezebel motherfuckers or some fake ass feminine, right? Some fake flames, they're not going to experience that. They're going to mock them. They're going to tell them that they're too sensitive or that they're always emotional. The same gaslighting shit that all the narcissists and manipulator masculines have been doing to feminine. Oh, you're just over emotional. Oh, you're just hormonal. Oh, you're just this. Oh, you're just that. Like, and yeah, but to be witnessed. Feminine has to witness masculine doing that process, is kind of what they're telling me. It's like very, it's like almost bringing me to tears. We can't accept that we're immortal spiritual beings of light consciousness growing at different rates. Uh, I mean, maybe some people can't, but that's the reality. Energy never dies, bro. Just your body. This is meat sack. This is meat suit. Um, so we play hide and seek with the souls. Yeah, sometimes spiritual warfare and the light is going to take the win. So, Jasmine, beautiful name. I love that. A lot of the deities love Jasmine, just like they love lotus and roses. Jasmine. Many of my deities love Jasmine. I like to use the essential oil. Also, ylang ylang. Spiritual warfare is going to take the win. So light has already won. Light is already winning. And this is basically darkness's last ditch effort to see how many they can keep in this realm. Light has already won. Light will win regardless. It's already been written since eons. But that doesn't mean that everybody will get to ascend. Only those embodying that light being will get to ascend, which means they've gone through the depths, they've gone through their dark night of the soul, they've experienced all the levels of emotions properly to clear the trauma, the karma from their physical beings in order to become lighter light beings, right? Um, but yeah, light has already won the war. This is just dark, the last ditch effort. Like I know they talk about this in the Bible, like at the end of days, like the devil will try to bring as much people down to his side instead of to the light. Like that's exactly what's happening, right? They're just like, join us in hell. It's going to be more fun here, but like actually it's not, because it's just like keeping you on your own mental trap in your own whatever. Some people, they like that, right? It's like the Matrix, right? The guy was like, fuck you, I turned you all in because I've missed what a steak tastes like. And those people, that dude made the deal with the devil, and he was like, that's okay, I would rather stay dumb in this third density than be awake. And that's exactly what's happening. That's a documentary, not a fantasy. Like, go back and check that shit out. Like, I wish I could watch movies because I would do it. Like, I've wanted to watch Idiocracy so bad, and then I was like, whatever, maybe it's better that I don't. Love cannot be contained. That's why it's so precious. It cannot be. And it is more powerful than anything. It outdoes everything. And so when we have that, we're actually one person like can omit this love frequency, and literally it will go like the underground net, like the mycelium network in the forest that talks to all the trees. It's the same thing. But love is going to be radiate much higher. And so when you love yourself, if you're like, nobody loves me, like divine feminine, divine masculine is fucking somebody else or this or that or whatever, like this is all mental. Public enemy number one. For sure. Always, like you say, we will have the devil repenting. Yes. And that's, bro, like that is so funny, Jasmine, because when I did this yesterday, when I was doing this yesterday, and these people were just like, uh, just kept going and going and going. So I busted out the angel cards, right? And look at this. Here's Archangel Michael, fucking killing it. Background. This is the tower moment. He's like, I gotta do it. This is divine order, bro. Gotta cut it down. Like he doesn't look too happy about it. But yeah, it's funny that you say that because when I busted it out, the first card that came out was Satan, who is the angel of darkness, right? So he's actually an angel. Like that's the funny thing is he's actually an angel. Everybody wants to make him out like he's like that whole demonic thing, the demons and the things like that. That's more Luciferian, like satanic ritual, Luciferian and satanic rituals, not whatever. But anyways, here it is. Here he is. When I pulled him out, and what he was, it was like basically like, look at it. He's like, my bad. I'm in service to you guys. I'm in service to the light. You see this dude? You know, I got you. He's like, I got you guys. And yeah, that's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. Is um, it's not that he's repenting, but he is of service, right? And all of the lower frequencies, for instance, they've been in this low density for so long, right? So I've seen a lot of, a lot of demons and parasitic entities and stuff like this, and they've come, and a lot of dark ones, right? Like some fucking crazy shit that I've seen come and go in the last year since they all try to approach me because they're trying to see if I'm scared or not. They're trying to figure out if I'm a demon or an angel or what I'm doing, and I'm like, I see all of you guys, but the reality is many of them have done their work. They've done their time, right? Doing time, and the living wasn't easy. But they did their time. And so many of them have done what they had to do in order for this, right? Like the catalyst, right? Like I call myself the catalyst because I have so much scorpionic nature that I come in and I am the catalyst that sets shit on fire. I mean, not like in an arson sort of way, but like sets a fire under people's asses, like anybody that's ever met me can say that I got them to follow their dreams and it was like life changing, right? They accomplished the things that they always wanted to accomplish, and it was life changing for them. So for me, that's very catalytic in nature, and that's basically like what a lot of these like demons and stuff are doing. And the reality is, a lot of them will ascend with us because they have done the work and they don't want to be in this lower entity. And so some of them, that's why they're kind of bringing people in. They're like, here you go. You can take this fucking, you can do the sentence. Here, you want to make a deal with us? You can make it. You do the sentence. And because it's like they got to replace, right? Like there's a universal balance. So we can't just have everybody leave the realm because that bottom realm is going to be empty and then all those demons are going to be up here. Like, no. So they're like, here, we're going to recruit. They've been recruiting. So they created a bunch of new recruits. Now you guys are in the prison planet. And we, the demon, we're to exercise the demons, are not going to be demonic because they've already done the work and they've already paid their time and their dues. And they get to elevate with us because not they're all part. It's like everybody's taking part, doing their part in order for the ascension. So some people have darker roles to play, just like, some people are like, I was like, for instance, I was like samurai in life. I was like a pirate. I was like a warrior, I was an assassin, right? So sometimes in order for the big shifts, excuse me, sometimes for the big planetary shifts, we have to take positions that aren't the most holy, right? And maybe that's why I had a lot of karma in different lifetimes. But I wasn't a bad person in those lifetimes, right? I wasn't like murdering to hurt people. It was for the evolution. So that's what I'm saying is not all like he's an angel. He's the angel of darkness, right? So he's still angelic in nature, just like they call us the fallen angels, because that's what happened is we came down here and we forgot our divinity and we got wrapped up. And just like in the Persephone, she eats and then she gets stuck, right? Because she gets like, what? It's like the fog starts to set in. oh, well, I really like this, and oh, well, I really like to party, and oh, well, I really like the pleasures, and oh, I really like to drink, and oh, well, I really like to fuck, and and so they get caught up in it, and they basically sign a contract with the devil because they care more about physical return than spiritual outcome. It's like, whatever, we're gonna die, and we'll see it all then. Like, no, that's not how it works, bro. There's a karmic balance, but that is part of the thing, right? Is these devils, like she's saying, we'll have the devil repenting, is even the lower forces are saying, cool, we're going to do the mission and we're going to serve, and we're here to serve you. We are now in service to you. So they are repenting because they're saying, listen, we're here to serve you on your mission, light warriors, because we want to, they're, if they do their job, then they get out. They get out of jail. That's their get out of jail free card. They're like, okay, if we trade these dark demonic people and we fucking turn them on and we leave them here, we get out because we served on the military of the chosen ones. So they are repenting in a sense because they are in service. All of the other beings that are not dark beings that are stuck in this place, mostly speaking, there is the reptilians and there is the draconians and there's the grays that like doing the weird fucking anal probing experimentation, but like most of them are not. Most of them are here, and because they're all under spiritual warfare, they're all under spiritual court and jurisdiction now too, because they've been getting away with it for a long time, and that's why all this crazy shit is coming down right now. And that's why people are really waking the fuck up, because the Galactic Federation is like, wait a fucking second. We put somebody in charge that's been lying on the paperwork all this time. Yeah, we're gonna have to restructure, because they were telling me last year they just wanted it. The strong feminine deities are like, no, Mother Nature will just replace. Like they want to get rid of man, and I was like, what do you mean, like man, like men, or like all of mankind? And they're like, well, it depends. If men don't get it together, if women want to keep whatever, and men don't get it together, then we eliminate everybody. If it's just men that are going to continue being the problem and they don't want to worship and understand that divinity is coming from the woman, then we can eradicate everybody if it's going to be a problem. Because the earth will renew itself. The earth isn't going to fucking die. It's us that's going to die because we haven't been in harmony with the nature, with our source, creator. We haven't. Because we're birthing, where the female is taking the spiritual being and birthing them onto this earth. We are literally bringing life force energy into physical form. We're birthing spiritual beings and other beings into life force, into earthlings of this planet. Why? Because everything we eat and everything we take in is from this planet. So we're birthing something of this planet. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like the women and stuff like this, they can birth without the men. It wasn't always a necessity. So I'm just out here because I think I have a lot of guy friends. I love men. I think they're great. Like, I mean, I think as a whole, you guys kind of fucking suck, but mostly speaking, I see the good. Um, I see the good. If anybody got a reason to love you, you mean like to not love me? It's fake as fuck, yeah, of course. You see your true colors shining true. You see your true colors. That's why I love you. Oh, that's great. Great tune, Max. I don't know what that is. What song that is? I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors. I'll have to check that out. You resonate with a lot of your messages heavily. Never stop. Thank you. One you know. Um, gotta love Cindy. Peace, Steve. Peace, peace. I don't know who you are, but Robert, you're going to be blocked because I don't need anybody talking about getting in their bed and in their bedroom, bro. Out here fucking channeling from the galactic shit, and you're out here doing what? Oh, get out of here. On a true esoteric realization, Jesus is Zeus, is the sun in our sky. Yeah, of course. We used to worship the sun because it heals us, because it opens up the pineal gland, right? And yeah, that's again where patriarchy rewrote it to be a man. It wasn't Zeus, it was Ra. I have a lot of Egyptian root, to be completely honest with you. How did I not delete this guy? I did. So why is this shit still there? Okay. Space and hermit mode sometimes need to recover from narcissistic abuse. Yeah, of course, right? Like that's why I'm just like, boom, I spent 3 months because I'm just like, boom. Psychopathy, good word. Well, I mean, that's what it is. There's sociopaths and there's psychopaths. Psychopathy is the definition of the psychopath. You learn new things all the time out here with me, right? Bro, who is this Robert and why? I thought I blocked him. Why is it still, why is his nasty messages here? Emin's essay called The Oversoul. Yeah. The Oversoul. So the Oversoul. So basically, a lot of times when I connect, and a lot of times, for instance, when I talk to the other spirits and the energies and the twin flames and stuff like this, um, I talked about this before, but I don't know if you guys know, but there's everybody has oversouls, right? And your oversouls are souls that are existing in the over densities. So like you have another soul maybe that's in fourth density and fifth density and sixth density, so on and so forth, right? And so the oversouls are the ones that are overseeing, but it's actually you, a future version or in a higher density to kind of help yourself, right? You're guiding yourself along the way. And so what I realized is a lot of my divine masculine, a lot of the communication that I thought was coming through a lot of times would be the oversoul. And I'd be like, wait, is this number 3 or is this number 5? Like, am I talking, like, I would have to ask, like, is this 3D? Does 3D want to talk to me? And it would be like, no. And I'd be like, is this 5D? Be like, yeah. And I'd be like, bro, you trying to trick me? And it's like, well, if you just go there, like for sure, he's not gonna yell at you. I'm like, bro, like don't be like, I understand. I understand that you're seeing the whole thing and you want the end game, but we would like, like J3 got to do it. Johnny Five, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, staying alive. You guys remember that movie? I don't know why it's coming up. Short Circuit. Short Circuit. Johnny Five is staying alive. But anyways, yeah, but it's like that. J5, they call him J5 because he was like the 5th edition or whatever, right? And so I would have to be like, bro, like stop talking with me because then what would happen is I would call the person in third density and they would have they would then it'd be overwhelming for them. And I'd be like, why did you tell? They're like, well, I didn't mean like on the phone. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean by calling? Like, well, just put out the call. And I'm like what? Like, caca? Like, bro. So yeah, the oversouls is a very real thing, and you tap into your oversouls because they can observe more of like what's going on and give you they're kind of like the guide. They're like our Gemini cricket, you know. Um, if you love them, you will wait lifetimes. Love knows no boundary. Well, here's the thing. You're absolutely right, and I absolutely have. I've been here since the first root race of this fucking planet. And it's taken some time. to be able to reincarnate in the proper way and be able to connect and be able to meet and all this other stuff, for sure. But the reality is love, unconditional love does not mean unconditional boundaries. Does not mean unconditional forgiveness. It doesn't mean like, well, you unconditionally love me, so you're not going to be mad that I fuck somebody else because I love you more than anything, and and my love for you is unconditional. No, no, no. You're trying to make my love for you unconditional, and yes, I have love, but there is boundaries, not conditions. But there is, you know, there's a fine line between that, and people get that mixed up. And the reality is if this person really loved me, then they would do the work that it took with me instead of fucking dragging me down. Yes or no? They would not force me to stay in a discomfortable density when I've already done all the work. If they'd love me, then they would want me to experience love and to experience safety and experience happiness, even though they might be mad that I may be receiving it from somebody else because they didn't do the work to be able to, or didn't whatever, to be able to provide that. It's not my problem because love, right? Nothing exists outside of self. So to love ourselves truly, we have to let go of all the other shit. Which means if my self-love means I'm doing my path that the divine put me on, that means my path is up and up and up and up and up. I can't go back down. There is no down. There's only an upward escalator. So your ass better get to that escalator because I can't come back down. I'm not lowering my frequency to meet you. You need to raise yours to meet me. And that is divine feminine saying this is how it's going to be, because masculine has been trying to drive this shit for a long time and not a very good driver. Feminine going to take the wheel, and this is how it's going to be. Match my fucking freak, or go fucking prick somebody else, bro. Because ultimately, what is that song? You only love her if you let her go, right? You only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to glow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Sometimes, if you realize that you're not going to be on that path, right, by trying to hold somebody back to make them wait is manipulative. And that is not love. Holding somebody back from their divine mission because you didn't do your work, that's not love. Feminine already dove to the depths of hell down here to help free everybody. I don't want to stay here anymore. I've done my work on this planet. You know, I get my happy ending. I get a divine partner. And like, would it be amazing if it was divine masculine? Of course. But if that divine masculine doesn't step up, then he concurs to step off. If he doesn't do his work, then the divine automatically removes him and replaces. It's just that it's cause and effect. And that's why it's probably important for men need to gain femininity and masculinity. Yeah. But in order to really step into their divine masculine, they have to first embrace their feminine because they've been blocking it for so long, because they've belittled and destroyed and made it non-existent for so long. So in order for them to really come into that state, they first have to like fucking cry it out, bro. Hug it out. Like it's a real thing. We have to be balanced within. Yeah, of course. Jasmine tea is so wonderful. Oh my God, you make me some jasmine tea. I have to go outside in my locker to get the jasmine tea. It is really nice. Okay, you got me going. I love tea. I love me some tea. All kinds of tea. Light is all there is. There's nothing ain't there, right? We fear nothing because we fear separation from our essence and end up with nothing. And that's the point, right? Is when you're actually in the true highest state of love, you are in your essence, and then that is automatic. I mean, that's what brings things. That's what brings the resonant to you, right? We're everything is light, sound, frequency, vibration, right? So if we're like on this beautiful high vibrational frequency, boom, 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 then someone that's like ding, 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 is never gonna see us because they're bouncing all back and forth, or they're down here fucking Eeyore crying in the corner. And do we need to go into a state of like that's what the last one did? He brought me all the way down to the space because he like didn't have anything. He lost his whole life because he fucking took on the energy of the ex, and then she wanted to kill herself and she didn't give a fuck about living. She was just a fucking psycho. Literally, she was paranoid, schizophrenic, bipolar, like many things. Legally, she spent many times in mental institutions, like her whole life. Anyways, brought him all the way down to this level. And then when I tried to create, when I was like trying to give love and support, it sucked my whole life force energy. And now he's up and I'm fucking having to heal that trauma. So no, it's not about masculine has to raise. And if that means masculine has to drop his ego to come and say, feminine, I need your help. I don't want to be your child and I don't want to be your project, but I'm healing this. And I really like, I don't want to ruin what we have together, but I feel that the next space, the next phase that we heal is together, is not being in separation anymore. Because honestly, the balance of the masculine and feminine is not saying one is separate from the other. It's saying they're both existing within us. So when we come to that ding, I'm good balance, masculine and feminine within my own being. And when we come to that space, we're like, yes, they're balanced together, but they had to balance together. You understand? So the ultimate balance or the final whatever is when they come together. So if they've done most of their work, then it won't be a lot of work and it won't be like feminine needing to repair them. It will be growth and healing and literally healing the entire collective together. Right? We got to get past that. We got to get past the fear and past the separation, you know? Almost everything Jasmine is great. That's right, including you. You're amazing. Thank you for being you, Jasmine. And Maxwell and Steve, you guys are having, I love when we have great conversations, even though it's always at the very end. Like, that's okay. It's actually better. Because this is what I love. We keep the conversation because as we're conversing, even in a small group or whatever, the look at the collective conscious, like the my goosebumps. The collective conscious is like we're waking up. Like the more information each one of us learn, like boom, it's just like the new kids that are brought, right? Like they don't have to relearn all the shit that we had to relearn as children because they already come with that fucking upgrade. They already come with that program. They don't have to re-input it. Our essence is created in the sun, hence the prophecy of the God man. We were forged in the fire. Our only direction is to fill the infinite void with the loving consciousness, light of all. Beautiful. That's beautiful, Steve. Yes, fire hearts. Yes. Yes. What is this? Is this like a snappy girl? Hey, Sean. Nice to see you here. Rah rah zip boom ba. Give a life and give in Thailand, Ka is the feminine, right? And in the Garden of Eden, Lilith was the snake that came back that was like, Eve, bite this, wake up. Don't be in that patriarchal mist, in that misogynistic mist. That man is a dick. Come down here. I need your help, woman. Let's go save the children. And she's like, let's go. And she did. And then when Adam took a bite, God appeared and was like, what the fuck? And he's like, ugh! And he choked on it. And that's where the Adam's apple came from. Choking on the lie from the beginning of time. That's why it's stuck in your throat. Hilarious, right? But it totally makes sense. But Ka, like in the Jungle Book, was like, trust in me. And they try to make it all out bad. And it was like, but it was just trying to kill the man before it could create the fire again, before it could burn everything down, right? So was it evil or was it nature, right? Like in the end of the day, like whatever, right? Do you believe you can be divine masculinity as a woman? Okay, yes, can be, can. So I've been on this twin journey for quite some time, for lifetimes. But in this lifetime, it's been like over 13 years or something, about 13 years, something like this. And I can tell you, um, this is kind of how you know if you're actually kind of like in depth of the twin flame journey, because you will go through times where it will be very specifically where you will be acting it in the masculine energy, and then very specifically where you will be acting in the feminine energy. The thing is as you come into, as you balance out the masculine and feminine within yourself, feminine should be actually feminine. It will come back into that play. And masculine will actually be masculine. And it will come back into that play. Now, there will be in phase 5 of the twins, so phase 4 and phase 5 of the twin flames, they come into union, but much faster. Their separation period is much less, okay, than phase 1, 2, 3, but not all, like not all 3 and not all 4 comes into union. That's something to know. Most phase 1 and 2 do not ever come into union. But for phase, I want to say for phase 5, there may be like same sex, okay? Just because I don't know, I don't really know. I haven't heard this before until now. They're just giving me the download. We're getting the channel come through because you got a good question. The reality is, when you balance it out, then you will be in your actual divine essence. But for instance, let's say there is some type of like union that's meant from the same sex, and there is somebody that is incarnate, because many times we do incarnate and we find our other souls that we have been with. Now, sometimes they can be the same sex, sometimes they can be an opposite sex, sometimes they can be much younger or much older. So sometimes we will find one of our divine counterparts or something like that, and maybe they are like, maybe they did enter because they're like, I just have to enter, I don't care. And that's the body that they got to take, because that's the karma or the lessons that they chose to go through. But mostly speaking, what they say, because we're reforming what love is. Mainly, that is the mission of the twin flames, right? Divine union, restructuring what union and love and family and all that looks like. And so it will be a little bit different, of course, this time around. But mostly speaking, the Holy Trinity is not, that's not like God and Jesus and Ghost. Like, no, it's masculine, feminine, and the third is divine, source. And what happens when they come together in this divine union, source now comes from them, and they birth the child, which is actually the third, which is actually the Holy Trinity. So to be the highest form that's happening in this universe of duality and polarity as we're still in this plane, um, is the actual divine union and then childbearing from an actual masculine and feminine. But like they're telling me right now, it doesn't mean that there isn't divine unions that do come into play that are same sex somehow. I don't know. It's just it's going to be different, and but these are going to be souls where you're like, no, I really know that this is the soul. But sometimes they do come in different forms, and the reason why is because they're not. You're not meant to come in union with them. You're meant to unlock something with them and then make way for the union for someone else to come. And sometimes that is why they do come in other forms. But there can be times where they do come in whatever body or form that they could because they want to incarnate at the same time as you. This is a possibility. I think it's very few. What would you say is the percentage, guys? What would you say is the percentage? What would you say is the percentage of the there will be some same sex in the divine union. What would you say is the percentage? Is it more than 5%? Is it more than 3%? Is it more than 1%? No. Okay, so it's basically like a 0.35 or something like this. So it will only be, so if we look at it like, what did we say? There's, I think, 2,000 divine feminine, 2,200 divine feminine, 1,200 divine masculine, something like this. So, there may be like, will it be more than like 10 of them? Will there be more than 20 of the same sex couples? No, that are coming into divine union. So like 15 or more? They don't know. So let's say between 10 and 15 couplings of maybe same sex will come into a divine union. It's very small. It's very small. So like 30, right? So that's like what? Like a very small percentage. Um, so like 30 out of 5,000. It was rather small. But as you're actually coming into your full divine union, you should be fully embodied in the body you incarnated in. But as you're in the stages of divine union, you can sometimes feel like you're switching between the roles. I remember that like years ago, maybe like 8+ years ago, 7, 8 years ago. I was feeling that. I was like, wait, am I the masculine? Am I the feminine? Am I too masculine? Are they too feminine or whatever? Because my masculine is a Cancer and they are definitely more sensitive, right? They're super more emotional and more sensitive. And I was like, maybe I'm just more badass, like not badass, like hard ass, like maybe I'm masculine. And I kept telling myself, maybe I'm masculine, maybe I got to approach whatever. And even though there is new ways that we are coming about this, like, okay, but I check in all the time and they tell me because it's like, I know, like I could go over there, I could send a letter, I could do all the stuff, but oh, you got my letter. Oh, you didn't get it before. Am I speaking to three? Yeah, see? Um, yeah, so a long time ago, I left this letter. I wrote a letter because the guides directed me to this beautiful villa that he built for me, villas. And I wrote a letter. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't, nobody was there. I couldn't get in. I didn't know what to do. And so they gave me a thing. They're like, if you want to go to Doom, back to space, like choose that one. If you want to stay here, choose this one. And I was like, well, I want to stay, like I want to spend the time with my masculine. Wait, what do you mean? It's time to leave this planet or what's going on? And they're like, up to you. And I was like, fuck. And I was like, okay, well, well, can we try union? They're like, okay, we'll give you another year. And at that point, I actually wrote a letter. In the beginning of this feed, where they were talking about a letter, someone writing a letter. Also, I think that somebody wrote a letter that wasn't actually delivered to them. If you wrote me a letter, I never received it, masculine. I never received an invitation, a letter, or anything. The text messages, nothing. Um, Cancers are so fascinating. You're the same. Are you a Cancer, Maxwell? I just think, like, to be honest, I have so much scorpionic energy, and I've dated a lot of people, a lot of times, a lot of different things, and there is a lot that plays, and it's not just in the moon. There is a lot in the chart that plays into be. But the reality is like Scorpios are so fucking intense. Like we love so hard, and the same with Cancers, right? You guys love and love and love and love, and it's like what I feel is that we never have really received the love that we give. Um, but I know all the people, like the very few people that I keep very close and trust in my life are pretty much like Cancers. Um, and it's like to be able to hold the emotional depth, and for them, they also feel okay to like cry and hold the emotional depth. And it's like you need, like, I can't deal with somebody that wants to fucking be in the shallow end, like I can't do someone that's puddle hopping. Like I need someone that's willing to dive to the depths with me. And you're a Gemini and Sidereal and triple Saggy and Western. Always get on well with Scorpio. I think I have like three. I think I have like three Sages in my chart, which is why I like people that are closer to the edge of all. I don't know. They all haven't worked out so far, but to the edge of Scorpio to Sagittarius, because it's just more, because the Sages are more adventure bound. They're more whatever. Because I'm a Gemini rising, so we get bored, right? We like new things. We like to whatever. Um, but yeah, the fire energy, it can be motivating, but it can also be distracting. You can also be, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. It can be easy to not follow things through with a little too much Sag energy. I have a lot of Sag in my chart too. But yeah, the reality is it's about, again, it's about how the charts are really lining up, right? And it's about somebody being able to hold the emotional depth and all of that. And but in the end of the day, like I bless, right? I bless, I forgive, I send love, and I really wish, being a fire sign with chronic fatigue is hard, dude. Oh fuck, I can only imagine. Like I have a lot of energy too, and I'm just like, oh. There may be some other. What I'm picking up, what they're channeling to me through that is, I'm not sure if it's like a normal chronic fatigue. Like there's something else that's connected to something else. It's connected to something else, Maxwell. So it's uh, uh there's something else that you need to heal that is connected to. Uh, I would have to do like there's too many other energies I can't really hone in. They won't let me really hone in on it. I had to charge for actual work, but um, you can enter the $5 reading raffle, or you can try to schedule a personal or private reading or session with me. But yeah, I'm sensing that, like for me, a lot of my different sicknesses and stuff were tied to different things that you're figuring it out day by day. Yeah, so things are tied to different things, basically, that we haven't, when there's ailments, right? It starts to, like when there's trauma that we're still holding within us, it starts to become a physical ailment. So people that maybe hold like, that are super disgruntled, or there's like anger, excuse me, anger and resentment is stored in our stomachs, right? So people maybe have like lots of stomach problems, or irritable bowel, or digestion problems, or different things like this. So happy to do so. Love your readings. Yeah, love you too. But yeah, generally when it starts to manifest in the physical sense, right, it's because there is something kind of rooted to it, and that's different work that I can do. That's why I tell people all the time, like the reading raffle isn't just about calling me to pull cards for you because I do energy and I channel from your angels or your oversouls to mine. And so I'm able to be more privy. Some people I've helped, like I can tune in and be like, oh, you're deficient in this. You need to eat this, or you need to stop eating that, or you need to do this, or you need to do that. Oh, I'm sensing this, and we can start to kind of pull out where some of the energetic blocks and things like this are. But yeah, it's a thing, right? Like the person has to be willingly ready, and like according to my guides, like I'm not allowed, like, I can come on here every day and give this out for free, but I'm not allowed to do the regular work for free. Like, even this, that's why I did this because I'm like, I hate doing it, but that's why I did the reading raffle because I'm just like, okay, well, at least $5, I can still answer people's questions and it still gives everybody the capacity to participate, right? It's a low enough money that everybody can participate for the chance to actually win. Um, thank you, Poo Kitchen. Um, but yeah, everything is linked, and so it becomes a physical. It starts to manifest in physical. So generally, when people, for instance, get breast cancer, since there was this one dude, and he got testicular cancer, and it's because he was always like fucking this, fucking other women, and then he was like lying to his partner, and he was always jerking it off to porn, always, 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 to where it manifested in that space because whatever his guilt and his shame was connected to it, and so that's what happens is the trauma that's stored in our body starts to physically manifest, and it can become sickness, it can become cancer, it can become parasitic, it can become a lot of different things. And so yeah, there's lots of different things I do with people, and like yeah, I should just really work on scheduling different courses, but I don't want to be like everybody else out here in Bali just doing retreats and courses. I would like to really figure out how to actually sit with people for like 2 weeks to a month, right? Because in order to do like somatic body work to start releasing all of this stuff, you got to do at least 15 days and you got to be in that. But to really start to reprogram and to deprogram and to decenter and to reset ourselves, we need about 21 days to break and to create new habits, which means I like for me, I'm like, I would like to create like a minimum like 30-day program. Why? Because it takes 21 days to create a habit, but it takes 3 to 5 days for people to physically adjust to different time difference or a different place. And it's hard for us to heal in the same places where we experience trauma or harm. So sometimes it's really good to come to different spaces, especially beautiful, super tune in spaces where you can um, have good things. And like it's something I've been working on for quite some time. And I want to create a beautiful program where we're tapping in and we're working with the astrology, the human design, the Jin keys. We're working with the body makeup, the masculine, the feminine, the balancing, the yin and the yang, and the somatic body. So where we're doing spiritual, mental, physical, emotional trauma, and we're kind of doing all of it, and it will be like a full reset and like cleansing and clearing, And it's not just about it, just how what we're eating and what we're taking in and everything, mentally, physically, emotionally, verbally, visually, all of it plays a key component. And in order to really heal, you kind of have to step out of the space. Like it's like I've been in this like for 90 days and I'm just like, fuck, I've been here, and I'm finally feeling better, right? I'm finally feeling better at day 78 or day 83, right? Like whatever it is. But the reality is it takes your actual nervous system 3 months, 90 days to go to a full reset. So we can do a pretty good hard reset in about a 30-day period. Um, but really, because most people, their nervous system is so dysregulated that is what's causing the loss. And then public enemy number one is perpetuating it. And then all of the external noise and it's like we're overwhelmed, right? We're in this frazzled state because there's just too much. Our body, like we're not really meant to be receiving all this um, fucking war and crazy information, all of that we are. We're supposed to be able to be working with nature, and yeah, so it's just it's a real thing, but I have a hard time because I'd like to do like an embodied masculine. I'd like to do a shadow dancing. There's a lot of different courses that I've been creating, like, or classes I've been creating to work with people, but I have a really difficult time wanting to charge people or make money off of people suffering. Like I have a hard time with that, but that's something that I'm moving past because the guides told me, like, if you don't start to charge more for your time and energy, you can lose your gifts, right? There is, it's like the law of cause and effect, like it's higher universal law. So, um, what I was thinking about also the other day is I want to create some type of thing for the collective in general where we have, um, like, bartering, right? Where you're like, here's all the cool things that I can offer. And like, here's all the things that I'm willing to trade for. Like, you don't have money? Cool. What do you do? Like, can you offer me a session? Or do you have something that, do you make something that I might like? Do you make clothes that I might want? Like, do you do like energy work? Do you do massage work? Do you do production of music? Do you do, you never know. Like some people, like for instance, I need people to help me with fucking website, like digital stuff, right? Like, and so I want to create this whole thing of like, here's all the type of things that I need. And then like other people that, for instance, that want to have a session, but maybe can't quite afford it yet because it's still an energetic exchange, right? So it's not for free, it's still an exchange. And I feel like this might be a good thing to do, but I would like to create a platform for healers and for artists to be able to do that, right? So just to kind of change the whole system of how things are going, right? That tracks. You have a hard time with anger. There's just a whole lot of stuff. Sounds good. You'll be looking for the raffle. Cool. There's a link in the description box below. Um, Somatic work is huge. You love the healing that comes to the body. Yeah. Somatic body work, like, this is number one. Like, and even if you don't fully know somatic body work, like, you guys, it's just simple, like coddling, simple rocking. You don't have to know. You can rock back and forth from your heels to your shoulders, up and down, back and forth, and just do it for like 5 to 10 minutes a day. Like, doesn't have to be high impact. It's very low impact. And working, like, a lot of our trauma is stored in our pelvic region, and like, this is where we're letting a lot of things out. And so, yeah, I think that it's super important. But yeah, I would like to do that for people to have really like health reset, mental reset, emotional reset, dietary, because I can look in and be like, okay, you should do this and you shouldn't do that, and just kind of help people because I think people want a quick fix because that's what we've been trained to do, but there's not a pill that fixes it. You have to actually feel it and experience it in order to do that. I think that we really have to have like safe containers in order to do that, where we can break down or we can cry or we can share that story about that rape or that abuse or that trauma or that tragedy that we weren't able to let out because people weren't in that receptive space to hold it for. So like, oh yeah, yeah, and they're just like the little what you went through and talk about what they went through, right? All of that. So yeah, little by little, but I'm doing my best. The bartering system is cool. We appreciate you thinking of us with the prize, but don't have any guilt. Energy work is work. Yeah, yeah, no, it's not about that. It's my own. It's part of the thing that I have to break because every other lifetime I've been royalty and I've had a lot of money. So this lifetime part of my thing is being okay, like being not being destitute, but like, yeah, being in these situations of you know cleaning for people and not having food to eat or whatever, but not having a place to live. Like, even though I should have all of those things because my grandfather left them to me, but it's neither here nor there. The point is I think it's just uh, part of the karmic contract that I signed when entering this planet to experience. So, but no, I do actually want to just create a bartering system in general, because I think that there's a lot more people that would that would want to try energy work or do the healing or do that. And the thing is it's not just about the money. Yes, money is one energy exchange, but it's about the people being ready or willing. Because what I noticed is I can't do the work for free, because when you do the work for free, like people don't do the work because they're using it. You understand? And because I always was like, you shouldn't charge if people really need help. Now, if there is somebody that really needs help and is like, like, you know, I'm not gonna buckle over every time, but I'm gonna know who I'm supposed to help and who I'm not supposed to help. But I want to create it just from a sense of like artists, because I think the artists could trade a lot of things and get goods or services. Like we used to do that, right? Like I traded different stuff, like even like for tattoos and maybe clothing, or maybe even like going to stay somewhere, or someone taking me on an adventure, or whatever, right? Someone making food or doing something, right? Because this is really important, because there's a lot of us that don't do all of these other things. And although I can pay someone to build a website, like I would much rather be able to work with somebody on an energetic level that can help me to build something, so I can have a booking page and all of that stuff, and people can fill up a calendar, and like it's not complicated shit. Most people could just do it with AI, but I don't want to do it with AI. I want to do it with a human being, because I don't want to move toward the Terminator future. I'm not saying we won't be able to use AI ever, but right now, the way that things are, I do my best to not, because I really want to focus on this beautiful organic timeline. Now, I do see like this beautiful utopian solar punk space, but in the process right now, I'm boycotting because there's a lot of stuff. I use Ecosia. I showed you guys that yesterday. Um, because they're not fucking sucking up all the water and whatever. I posted something today on my Instagram, you guys. This guy posted he's standing in the middle of the Rio Grande, and it's completely fucking dry from the data center. I mean, like, he was like, normally this time of year, like, if you try to step anywhere in this river, you would be fucking taking full speed down, and it's just fucking barren. And so, yeah, that type of thing. Everybody's like, but you just do. I'm like, yeah, but no. You know, like I prefer, I want to work with humans for a bit, not computers, and that's why I come on and do it live, because I want people to know I'm not copying, I'm not reading a script, I'm not a AI generated always looking perfect. Like sometimes I'm tired, sometimes I look sick, sometimes I look beautiful, sometimes I look haggard. Like I'm just a person, like we're not so different, you and I. And I just want people to understand that, like, being authentic in yourself um, is about being authentic in yourself, and not worrying about all the rest, just showing up in any emotion, I mean, in any sense, like, just show up and be authentic and be okay with it. But yeah, I think it's really important. And that's what I'm saying is like, this is something, um, you're a traditional media artist. Exactly. I'm like, you know how long it took me? You know how much money I had to pay to go to fashion school to learn how to draft patterns? And now people can just take a picture of someone else's shit and put it in an AI and be like, make me a flat pattern from this round thing. And then boom, 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 they print it out and they just send it to the people and are like, I designed this. Like, no, bitch, you didn't design that. Because I know what it takes to do measurements and designs and know that, like, I get it. So yeah, I'm not about that life. But I know that they could do all this stuff, and it would be easier. But like, yeah, I would rather have, for instance, my one friend told me, he was just like, why are you trying to find a carver? Why are you trying to get the carver to carve your stamps to stamp on your material? And I was like, because everything is handmade from artisan, like from me, like, because every part of my process. So it only makes sense that the final stamp, that the little design or the logo, whatever, is carved because by whatever, because I can keep using the wood block over and over again. And I have like a whole series of them. And my friend's like, just take them to the laser printer. It's going to be done in like fucking an hour, and you don't have to wait for it to be on. And like literally, it's 3 years later, and the carver didn't carve it. I don't know what the deal or whatever. I don't really know, but um, the reality is because I want it to be handmade. Like I want to maintain if I'm producing the same t-shirt, even though it's my design and it's not a normal t-shirt, it's like high level because I'm a tailor. I want there to be some unique sense of one of a kind because I did one of a kind for 27 years only. So it's really hard for me to like when people are like, oh, it took you 4 years to make these 100 pieces. Like, bro, I made one of a kind couture for 27 years. Like, no, it took me a long time to make things to be okay with something being reproduced and reproduced and reproduced, but I want to maintain the individuality, the one of one, and the handmade aspect of it, which means every time when I have this stamp, they're like, just send it, just have the dude, just have the people that sew it at and I'm like, no, I want to stamp it on because I want one stamp to be on the sleeve. Maybe I want one stamp to be on the back. I want one stamp to be, like each shirt is going to have its own, they're not all the same stamps, they're not all the same placement. And that is what's going to maintain my what feels good in my soul, to my heart, what follows my heart's desire is to not like ticky tacky. I don't like that. And if something's got to keep being repeated and repeated and repeated, the same design over and over again, like I want to become the organic or sustainable, like Hanes her way or Fruit of the Loom, whatever, like, and that way all these other people that want to print anything can do it. It can be wholesale or retail. Like I don't need to own it. It's for I created it for the world to have sustainable solutions. But as far as me selling it for my stuff, like I want to maintain the unique because that's the artist in me and it's my art, right? It's the wearable art, even if it's whatever. So it's like this. So yeah, I just feel like a lot of artists and stuff like this um, don't fucks with the trading system a lot, with the bartering system, and we're going to move back in. Like as the matriarchy is coming, we're moving back into barter system. And for me, I'm just like, cool. Like, what do you got? Oh, you can send me fucking food or vegetables every week, or you can do this. Like I used to do that too. Like, but the dude, this lady brought me like these juices or like these kombuchas. Like I like to make all of them and do it. And so I just want to help people to be able to to be able to try and to get and to experience the things that they need because I know as people are stepping out of the system, a lot more people are having a lot less capital, a lot less money to output. So I want to start just kind of probing people that there is other ways and we can trade different things, right? Like there's things that I want, like somebody can do some work for me or somebody can do that or do this or blah, blah. There's plenty of things, right? Like, for instance, I need another fucking device. Maybe somebody here in Bali has an old phone that they don't want, but they can fucking trade to me. And like for me, that's great. That's a whole energy session. I'm cool with that because then I don't have to spend that money to that corporation, but I still got what I needed. You get it? So it's about that more than not getting paid. But I appreciate you and I love you because that is important. And energy work is really tiring and it is a lot and it is exhausting. And like we do, even though people are like, you get paid a lot, I'm just like, yeah, bro, but you don't know. Like you don't know what it's like to fucking dig up people's trauma through fucking like through fucking generations. It's a lot. So for years and years of daily work. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Little details make a huge difference. Handmade has widely different energy and purpose. Yeah, exactly. And so, to each his own. Like I said, I could fucking everybody's like, you could just do all that with AI and it would be done in a day. You could just send that to the 3D printer or to the laser cutter and all this stuff. You would have been done. Like you're just wasting time. I was like, am I? Or is everything in its own divine timing? Like because how I want it to be. And it's not just like the artist never completes their work. Like I guess that is part of it. But um I'm just not willing to if I put my name on something, like I want to feel good about it, right? And since I already spent the last 3 years healing after they dropped the roof and fucking destroyed my footage and my all of the photo shoots and my computer and my laptop and my phone and all that shit, and fucked up my whole thing when I was about to launch the thing. Like the website is still up. Like I just need the content, right? Like it's fucked up. But anyways, and I spent like 2 years to fucking create that, bro. Like fucked up. But anyways, it's just about, it's not necessarily about time. Like the time is more of an ego thing. We're the ones that make the rush or not. Everybody's like, oh, you've been saying that for 5 years. Like, bro, I spent the last three, like I spent a year and a half learning how to, like a year in bed, and then another year and a half learning how to stand and walk and sit, and I'm still struggling, and it's been 3 years. So, sorry, I had a little, got hit in the face by a truck and drug behind it, like, and it's like, I think I'm doing all right. So get off my ass. It might take a little fucking time. Like, I had to go in and I had to take care of myself first before I deal with all that shit. And like, yeah, would having dealt with all that stuff, yeah, of course, if that was out, that's my bread and butter. I'd be making so much fucking money for that I wouldn't even have to be doing anything else. But maybe that's part of it, right? Maybe I wouldn't be here doing this every day if I had that and it was already fucking making the money. We never know, right? It's higher divine orchestration. And people tell me all the time, well, then why are you psychic if you don't know? It's like, bro, if I knew everything that was going to happen in my life, what would be the point of me living? The fuck? It's not my job to tune into my future, because then I'm not living in the state of free will. The tortoise wins the mindful race with the rabbit. Yeah, what's funny? Everybody tells me I'm slow like the tortoise. My ex was fast like the rabbit. I called him funny. And because I think that was actually like his Chinese sign or something like this. And yeah, that's the reality. I'm just like, bro, you're always fucking running, bro. You're always running. Like your nervous system can never chill. So yeah, slow and steady wins the race, because at the end of the day, I already did all the work. So the most important work is that I'm centered and feeling good, and my nervous system is feeling good, because like otherwise all the other stuff is just going to be burnout and burnout and burnout. And that's where we're changing and rewriting the system as we know it, because up until now we just gone and gone and gone and burned out, and that's what the whole world has been doing, and we're fucking burned out. Even masculine's like, I have it, and that's why they're so resentful to feminine, because like we have to work and you just get to be pretty. It's like, no, like we're definitely doing a lot of work, but we need to rebalance the schedule, or the scales, and we need to change how we've scheduled things to be important and not important, because our health, our mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being is far more important than that fucking money. Because remember, when you trade your soul, like whatever you're being guided to do, whether it's to do the inner work or to heal yourself or to balance your nervous system or to get with God, whatever it is, when you say, I need money more than I need to be well, then you're signing a deal with the devil. You're saying whatever is physical, I care more about what's it called? Not attachment, possession. Possession is what I was telling you guys about last night. Possession is the most important thing to me. Well, your possession means possession by demonic entities, because you're stuck on all the things that you possess instead of the depth that you possess. So that's how people kind of sign on to the, instead of leveling up, because we're just like, oh, well, I need more money. It's exhausting. So yeah. Anyways, sending you lots of love. Maxwell, I would love to see your art. What type of art do you make? In the information box below, Maxwell, if you go to my, the Instagram is Heart Wears, 2 R's because I'm a pirate, and Z because obvious reasons. But you can see some of the different art that I make. I make all kinds of different art. And yeah, if you have an Instagram and you have your art, send me a message. Obviously, give me a follow and send me a message, and I will follow you guys back. I would love to see and support everybody's art. There was some other people that I followed before, depending on what you do. If you guys do energy work or spiritual work, then go to the Instagram, DivinityWithinThee. If you guys do traveling or whatever, I have my whole travel page. And when I was a captain, my pirate captain, and on my boats and stuff like that, is deep hearted. So, depending on what you do, go and check it out. Follow the Instagram, and I would love to follow you back and see what you guys do too, because we're all in this together. And uh, yeah, let's expand the fam bam. You know, the soul fam. The more that we can connect with people, the more that we can connect with more people on the same vibrational frequency, then the more that we start to emanate, omit, and more starts to come to us. So thank you guys, because I definitely wouldn't be the same without you. And it's always infinite blessings, love, and light. I appreciate all your love, your support, your subscribes, your shares, your likes, your comments, your being part of the information, and just you for being you. You guys are amazing. If nobody told you today, you're awesome. You're doing great. I'm very proud of you. You got this. Keep going. I love you. And yeah. Oh, I feel so much love from you guys. Thank you so much. Take care. Also, have a lovely, it's really early. It's about to be 2 a.m. here. And you have a lovely day or evening, afternoon, evening, or good night, wherever you are. Thank you for being here. And ciao for now. Zoe out.